That's fine. We'll do this again. Do it the right way. Now that I realize what that was. Very helpful now that I know what that was. From the top, God damn it. My mic good and loud as hell now. They don't know. Tell me you can't hear me now, motherfuckers.
She was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. I said, don't mind, but what do you mean? I am the one who would dance on the floor and around. She said, I am the one who would dance on the floor and around. She told me her name was Billie Jean, that she caused a scene. Then every head turned, I got dream of being the one who would dance on the floor and around. People always told me I was on her side. But who can stand when she's in demand? Her schemes and plans. Cause we dance.
What it is you really do.
What it do, y'all? It's your host with the motherfucking most, Chill motherfucking Murray. You are now tuning in live from the spot. Shout out to everybody tuning in, not tuning in. You know how we doing, how we ride. Give me 1 second. I don't know how to knock this out the wall. Because I'm too close to the wall. Let me make sure I'm not so close to the goddamn ball. That one ain't knocking shit over. Because that don't even look right. That didn't even look right. And this is why this shit called live from the spot, because shit be happening on the spot. But anywho, who up in here? I saw Chum Come Down was up in here before. I was hoping he came back. I said, hey, I see them levels now. You can't say I'm low now, motherfuckers. I done figured out where the goddamn volume button is on the mic. I ain't know it's goddamn volume button on my mic at the bottom, because it's not labeled. it's not labeled. Like, it's literally, you just turn the shit on the bottom and it has I'm used to the volume being on the side on the microphones, or me controlling it from the actual audio interface. I'm not used to the volume. There's like an actual knob on the bottom of the mic. I said, wait, what? This whole time I've had this shit, I thought that was because when I was putting it together, I thought that was just to seal it on the bottom for the shit to work. Because like I said, it came apart. It came in parts. So I was like, all right. As they say, you learn something new every day. And literally, what took me so long tonight was I was fighting with my space on my computer. my space on my computer was very much against me. It was very much like every time I went to download something, it would say you add a space, you add a storage, you added this, you added that. And I'm like, all right, let me skim through some things, see what I gotta get rid of, see what I don't. Then I said, fuck it, let me clear the cache and restart the whole computer. Did that, and then as soon as I started stream, the goddamn mic. So I said, all right, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, because that is what we do here live from this. We figure it the fuck out. We figure it the fuck out, even if it's on the spot. God damn it, we gonna figure it the fuck out. Like, had to make sure my motherfucking lights is back on. My motherfucking lights is off. I had to make sure the shits was still on. I'm trying to do like how y'all originally met me, with the shades more often. So, all right, what we getting into? Because I know it's like it's almost 12 my time, and so that means it's almost 1 o'clock a lot of you guys' time on the East Coast. To my East Coast people, see, I keep thinking like my audience is just East Coast. I know it's all over the world. Like, there was a guy that was in Paris here from before. I think John Asatasi, is he from Hawaii? I think John Asatasi was from Hawaii. So like I said, everybody's on different time frames in here. I know Cherie Purnell, she's from the West Coast, so she's 2 hours earlier. So right now for her, it's just turning 10 o'clock. You know what I mean? So like I said, I know my audience comes in here at all different types of times. So I guess it's kind of fine that we coming up in here a little bit later than we are. I had to make sure I said what I thought it said. I do too. Love who I'm becoming. I love that name. Love who I'm becoming. That's an inspirational name right there. I love that. What's going on with you? How you doing this evening? That's what I'm saying. I know everybody comes in at different times of the night, so it's okay if we do a pod at this time of night and we go to like 3, 4 in the morning. It's fine. It's completely fine. Because moving forward, we might have to do it like this anyway, for the simple fact that I don't get off until 8:30 at night. So I have to also set the pod up. So that takes a little bit, depending upon what we have to actually cover, the things in that nature, what I have to actually pull up. Because I don't like, if I have to go to YouTube, it's like it's painstaking because I have to go through the YouTube ads, and I know you guys aren't here for whether or not Subway has a deal or not. So I would rather just get to the video and just play it that way rather than me dealing with YouTube and their bullshit ads and their ad share streams. That's another story. That's another reason why, like I said, I've been playing the AI music because of the licensing. Remember, I showed y'all before a problem where I got copyrighted for even playing my music, like shit that I own. I'm like, how are you YouTube copyrighting me for shit that I own? So that's another reason I play the AI music, because it's different with the licensing. So it doesn't actually hit like a UPC code. It doesn't actually hit any the UPC code that YouTube owns. You know how when you put a song on YouTube and it turns into its own little topic? That's the difference with the AI music, because it doesn't turn into its own little topic and section. It just stays at the actual, the property that it was made out of, pretty much. The intellectual property that it was made out of. So the AI music gets to bypass any of the bullshit copyrights that they have put in place. So I've noticed in the last couple of pods on my on my monetization, I have the little green dollar sign now. I used to, like, 90% of my shit has the red dollar sign and it's demonetized because of the shit that's copyrighted. And then go back to the pod, they're like, oh, why was this part moved? I had to erase shit. Review the issues, erase it. Get rid of this. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. If I wanted to get rid of it, a lot of them I just didn't get rid of anything. Left it how it was. Demonetized it. I don't give a fuck. The truth is out there. You got me. So I have learned my curveball, my knuckleball, if you will. Learn my little knuckleball for YouTube. All right. So. We gonna get to the meat and potatoes and kind of head off from yesterday. So if you weren't here last night, we got to go over the Epstein files. Boy, oh boy, did we go through those Epstein files. About 2.5 hours we went through the files. Okay, and that was just on 2 different data sets. Okay, so there's 7 different data sets of 900,000, was it 35,000 files? Excuse me. It's a full 900,000 files that they have, but they haven't released everything. But what they have released is, like I said, 7 data sets of 35,000 files. So we went through I want to say we went through at least 1,000. We went through at least 1,000 last night. Probably around there, 1,500 range, because we were just skimming through the actual pictures. Now, of course, you want to go back to the pod and freeze frame and pause it on each picture, of course. That was one of the reasons why I was just going through different pictures and clicking through, on top of the fact that we weren't familiar with some of the people. We were familiar with the Kevin Spaceys, the Prince Andrews, the David Copperfields that was there, that was who I was trying to figure out last night. The weird cross-dressing guy that was in the, the drag, that was in the drag show with the lipstick on and stripping and whatnot. That was David fucking Copperfield. And it blew my mind. I was like, oh shit, I know who this was. We just looked at his fucking picture. David Copperfield that was hugging on Ghislaine Maxwell, that was him doing it up there with that. So I was like, oh, this is in those files. Oh, that now explains why he's got his leg up. I'm like, now it makes sense why I see David Copperfield with his leg up while he's hugging Ghislaine Maxwell. I'm like, oh, now it makes sense, this feminicity that I'm seeing here. Now it makes plenty of sense. You do go that way, so okay, that's fine. To each his own. But yeah, we had some interesting time going through the files. If you, of course, you go through the pod, you see why it was called Soap on a Rope, because there was a toy called Soap on a Rope in the Epstein files. Yeah, just weird shit. Supposedly today they broke down think whose kids they were in some of those photos. Like they came out and said those were Diana Ross's kids in some of those photos. And so some of the photos got debunked today, I believe, or reviewed, and they came up with something for it, if you will. But there was another picture of that's not in the files that had to be debunked today, which was the picture going around Twitter of Trump and the little girl inside the limo, and people were thinking that was tied to which we have someone pulled up an interesting document that was actually in the files that we didn't go through. So I didn't go through the actual documents that were in there, like the reading parts of it. We didn't go through that. That'll be for a different show, because that would take some time. That's why I said it's a lot of files. I showed you guys just the what was, I think 19. It was 19 different pages of just the first data set. No, 63. That's what it was. It was 63 pages of just the first set of data files. That was a lot. that was a lot. So we did not go through a lot of the reading documents as much as we did the pictures that were in data set 2 and 3. But there was documents that were in 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7 that were all paperwork of different things, from the court documents, like the different court cases, like the one from 2020 when they first got arrested. In the interrogation documents, those were in there as well. I didn't realize until later, of course, going through them today, that even the interrogation documents are in there, from things that he said about different people. I still have to comb tooth that one, but fine tooth comb that one. But there was something that someone pulled up that actually had Donald J. Trump. His name was actually in the court documents. A lot of people missed that until today. So Bill Clinton, of all people, he is asking for the full release of the files now. So anything to do with my motherfucking name, I want to make sure it's out to the people. That's why it's called No Cares Left now. It's like, you can tell the government has given all fucks away. They have given them all away at this point. They don't care anymore. That's why Trump is even saying, I don't give a fuck, release the files. Yeah, it's a terrible thing you saw me in it. So fucking what? What are you going to do about it? That's literally what the government is saying nowadays. Yeah, y'all know about these. What are y'all going to do about it? Like, what are y'all going to do about it? Yeah, y'all know, y'all seen us with such and such and such, but what are y'all going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. But look at the files and look at me. Call me names. Been calling me names for 30 years since you know me as a celebrity. Who gives a fuck? That's how Trump is thinking right now. Who gives a fuck? Like, I got to save face for certain people that still believe in me or whatnot. I still got to be politically correct out here. But you could even hear in the response, I'm going to play it here in a second. You can hear in his response to being found in the files. It's just very, I don't care no more. Y'all think what you want to think, say what you want to say. You still can't do nothing about my power over everything. And that's why even Bill Clinton's like, you know what? My wife's ready to get rid of me. Me and her ain't been on the same page since Monica, so it don't really matter what she got to say. Fuck it, release the files. It ain't like the bitch wasn't there too. it ain't like Hillary wasn't sitting her ass there too. We saw the dress of her. So when they was sitting with Mick Jagger, we saw Hillary face sitting right next to Bill. So it's not like he's like, you know what? Anything with me, release it. I don't care. What? How old is Bill Clinton? Hold on, how old Bill Clinton? He is 79 years old. Bill don't give a fuck no more. Now, Bill still getting head from Monica probably give a fuck. Bill, where it don't work no more, the Bill don't care no more. It don't work down there no more. He don't care. He still get excited like when he look at Ariana Grande, but it don't work down there no more like that. He don't care. Release the files. I don't care. I've had my time, sir. Huh. That's how he look at the shit. I've already had my time. And again, like Trump would say, ain't nothing y'all can do about it. So a spokesperson for Bill Clinton on Monday called on the Department of Justice to release any documents related to the former president in its ongoing release of files related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. The rare statement from Clinton spokesperson Angel Urena, it has a little hyphen over the end, so I want to make sure I'm saying that. So Urena, give it the ring on that, comes as the Trump administration has attempted to make him the GOP's new boogeyman in a months-long saga related to the files that has plagued the White House, sparking sharp rebukes from allies and MAGA firebrands. But those same Karma King, quick around the bend, did it for the MAGA. We gonna talk about that later on with shout out to Anthony Joshua doing it for the culture. Whip Jake Paul ass. I saw the knockout. I'm talking about beating the shit. He ain't care about how much he got paid. Anthony ain't get paid. He ain't care about none of that shit. What was that? Andrew Tate. Both of them. Hit the flow. That last round. But yeah, for the culture. What the Department of Justice has released so far, and the manner in which it did so, makes one thing clear: someone or something is being protected. We need such protection. Very true. I agree with that part right there. We all need to be protected like how Trump is right now by the government. Or should I say by his other fellow elites, so to speak. We all could use that type of damn protection out here, couldn't we? The Justice Department released its first batch of vast trove of files Friday, but stopped short of publishing all the federal government's documents related to various investigations into the disgraced financier as mandated by the Epstein Files Transparency Act signed into law by President Donald Trump last month. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanc said last week that the DOJ was reviewing the material in its possession in order to protect victims' identities and would be releasing potentially hundreds of thousands of additional files in the coming weeks, which is why you saw things, but I said that specifically, right? The reason why you saw a bunch of blanked out faces and redacted pictures was literally to protect the victims that are still alive that's out there right now, in case, Trump might go crazy. We have seen what happened with Rob Reiner. Trump might get antsy. Okay? Might start making calls like Diddy. Hey, what you know? Huh? What you know? You know something? I pay you to say you don't know nothing. Like he did Ghislaine Maxwell. Took a visit to her, all of a sudden her memory lost. Ain't that something? It was Ghislaine Maxwell about to spill the beans. He about to spill the beans. Donald Trump went and sat down with her privately. All of a sudden, she don't remember shit. All of a sudden, she don't remember nothing, huh? She don't remember Donald Trump being around nothing. Okay. Yeah. But that's how it works. That is how it works. Like I said, they needed to protect the actual privacy of those victims in case something like that happens. He also said that there's no effort to hold anything back because there's the name Donald J. Trump or anybody else's name. The DOJ on Friday released multiple photos of Clinton with Epstein's convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell and individuals with redacted faces among the thousands of photos and other records it disclosed. The law allowed the DOJ to redact material related to active investigations and records that contain personally identifiable information of victims. But Urena said that if the DOJ declines to comply with Clinton's request, it will confirm the administration's intention of using selective releases to imply wrongdoing about individuals who have already been repeatedly cleared by the very same Department of Justice over many years under presidents and attorneys general of both parties. The White House deferred to the DOJ, which did not immediately respond to a request for a comment on Urena's statement. Clinton has been linked to Epstein since the early 1990s, with the two having been photographed together several times. Now, of course, we know about this information, so wanted to get to that document that I was telling you guys about. See, I'll pull it up here. So, look in here. Averani, what's going on? What's going on with you? Pull up this here. All right, so I'm just going to go right to page 10 so you can see what it is. I'm going to go right to page 10. Page 4, excuse me. So it says here, and I quote, during one of the Doe's encounters with Epstein, he took her to Mar-a-Lago, where he introduced her to its owner. You know who its owner is? Donald J. Trump. Introducing 14-year-old Doe, the victim, 14-year-old victim, to Donald J. Trump. Epstein elbowed Trump, playfully asking him, referring to her as, "This is a good one, right?" Trump smiled and nodded in agreement. They both chuckled, and the young 14-year-old victim felt uncomfortable, but at the time was too young to understand why. And towards the end of 1994, Epstein invited her into his pool house, where he grabbed her, put her on his lap, and started masturbating. Epstein told her that that was what to expect from photographers who were soon going to be take modeling pictures of her. However, when she was ultimately photographed by these professional photographers, they did no such thing. And over the next few years, the sexual abuse escalated on a regular basis. Epstein would digitally... Is that what that says? Yeah. Okay. Okay, it does say digitally. Okay, so digitally penetrate her. I don't know why I would say digitally, but anyway, I had to make sure it said digitally. That is how it's spelled, though. Digitally penetrate Doe. Force her to perform sexual acts on him and apply vibrators on different parts of her body. Now, I don't necessarily want to read the rest of this part. It was, let me see, towards the bottom here, where it talked about the parents. Where is it at right here? Okay, it's a lot further down. But similar to Rihanna, similar to Cassie, similar to a lot of these young girls and young aspiring models, Epstein pretty much paid off and made the parents feel very comfortable with what he was doing with her. So this just speaks volumes to how this same thing is just a repeated pattern all over again, over time, with this human trafficking, right? To where the parents, Celeste Rivas and David, same thing. The parents knew what was going on, but the parents were broke. Dave had money. You saw the text messages with the sister and Celeste. The sister was just making sure Celeste was okay and still getting the money. You see how that works? Like, it's a sad thing. It's a very sad thing out here. It's a very sad world, very sad thing. But like I said, it's a consistent thing that keeps happening over and over again, and it's kind of sad that that one particular pattern just isn't being dealt with, as far as it could be stopped here, but because of morality and lack of backbone, these parents allow their children to be sodomized and raped and molested over and over again because of their own personal greed. And it's like, don't blame the parents, but it's like, where the fuck does the blame go then? Because it literally could have stopped at them. Each and every time I'm seeing this pattern, it could stop at them. Because it could start with them telling someone. Regardless of how famous the person is or whatever the fuck, it can still start with you telling someone and saying no. Even if you are the casualty of war at this particular no, you still have the option to say no more than yes and continue the generations of trauma that these young girls go through. Because you know how sickening it was, just for example, again, with David and Celeste, when we saw the text messages to the mom. It says, hey, your daughter's meeting Pablo Escobar right now. Remember the text message where they literally saw her getting off of the plane of one of the guys that was coming to purchase her? Literally what it said. There was a guy coming to buy her, and there was a list of girls that were like her that were on the list to be bought. So again, that's another reason, like I said, I washed my hands with the David and Celeste thing, is I'm like, until y'all go down to the actual bottom hand truth of that shit, I don't care about it no more. Because y'all never gonna get down to it when, again, like Jeffrey Epstein in the business that he was in, it is $150 billion business a year. Annual revenue. Epstein's, the Diddy's, the Clintons, the Trumps, whoever you want to name it, right? All part of that whole network and making sure that $150 billion keeps coming back into the country over and over. You hear about the debt being in the trillions all the time. You're like, oh, where the fuck is the money going then? It's just being recycled. That same lie is being recycled to y'all while business keeps going. Because just a quick example of why that's a complete lie of as far as the trillions of dollars we owe is because they keep bringing up the Treasury and the Federal Reserve, and they still haven't told you yet publicly we don't own the Federal Reserve anymore, because they haven't told y'all yet publicly that China bought our Federal Reserve when Obama was in presidency. Because of the debt that we owed them, we gave them our Federal Reserve. They didn't tell y'all that. That's why I keep the whole $1 trillion of debt. Like, who the fuck we owe in the galaxy, right? Doesn't exist. The debt doesn't even exist. It's just more of an excuse to create more of an inflation. Again, to keep business going, similar to the human trafficking, to keep business going. All these documents been out there. This is a document that was in 2020. So you mean to tell me it's a document that literally says Jeffrey Epstein and Donald J. Trump were chuckling amongst each other saying, yeah, this is a good one, right? And this was known in 2020. You mean to tell me that he was still able to run for president being involved in this? And don't forget, Our president is an actual convicted felon. We read every count of felony he was convicted of. The news read it in disbelief live on the air, saying he's guilty of this. He's been found guilty of this. They read about 30 fucking counts of things he was guilty for. And I was like, and they had to read it in disbelief because they're like, yo, he's still our president. They had to read it in literal disbelief, like, yo, we're reading a convicted felon's resume and he's our president with a known pedophile for a friend. But this is America. This is America. This is fucking America. Land of the free, home of the brave, right? Listen to Trump's reaction to all of this.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their
By
full...
what?
And were you surprised by the number of photos of Bill Clinton in the Epstein files? And can you commit to their full release by the end of the year? Some of the victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats, and a couple of bad Republicans are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me too. Everybody was friendly with this guy, either friendly or not friendly. But they, you know, he was around. He was all over Palm Beach and other places. The head of Harvard was his best friend, Larry Summers, and Bill Clinton was a friend of his. But everybody was. I actually threw him out of Mar-a-Lago, and as a person that was in Mar-a-Lago, I threw him out. This is Mar-a-Lago. It's the hottest place I think it's the hottest place in the world, but it's the hottest place in Florida. And everybody would come here. He'd come here. We actually threw him out. But no, I don't like the pictures of Bill Clinton being shown. I don't.
He's been throwing around that same bullshit lie for how long now? Oh, I threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. No, the fuck you didn't. The document said right there. Y'all chuckled and laughed about the 14-year-old girl. So what are you talking about you threw him out? And then your stupid ass confirms that you met him at Mar-a-Lago. See what I'm saying? Like, telling y'all plain as day they don't give a fuck no more. They telling y'all plain as day they don't care no more. The man just told you, even though it was a lie about him throwing him out the Mar-a-Lago, he just confirmed that he was in the Mar-a-Lago. But you see what he's not trying to admit to? That he owns the Mar-a-Lago? But then subliminally says, oh, it's the hottest place in Florida. This nigga has such a lack of vocabulary, I swear to God. You can tell what he's going to say and how he's going to say it beforehand. You know, he's a good guy, you know. Everybody knew him. Like, he just has no type. He doesn't even know what to say. Like, without a teleprompter, Trump is lost. And he's blind. They can barely read those. And remember what Dick Gregory said. Blue tie, red tie Trump. What tie we got right now? Huh? Got a peep game on that too. What tie we got? So this ain't even real Trump up there talking. This is pre-programmed Trump up there talking. That's why we getting the politically correct answers, because these are programmed for him to say already.
Like the pictures of other people being shown. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton.
Did he not just repeat that? Did it not just sound like a recording just playing over and over again because he had to repeat the, oh, I think it's a terrible thing in the same exact tone? But there were pictures of other people too, and you ain't mentioning the pictures of you, are you? You ain't mentioning the fact that you went to his birthday party, or you ain't mentioning the Trump condoms, are you? You ain't got nothing to say about the Trump condom, do you? You got nothing to say about that Trump condom. I'm waiting for you to answer about the Trump condom, Donald.
He's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago, and they're, highly respected bankers.
We don't care about other people. What about you?
And lawyers and others, and they'll end up, because of guys like Massey, who's a real lowlife, whose polls are down to about 9%, by the way, in the great state of Kentucky. If you look at Kentucky, Kentucky is such a great place, but I don't know, they've got a couple of people on there that are very strange in terms of leadership. But Massey's a loser, and he likes it, and that he works with the Democrats. He's just being used by the Democrats, because what this whole thing is with Epstein is a way of trying to deflect from the tremendous success that the Republican Party has. Like, for instance, today we're building the biggest ships in the world, most powerful ships in the world, and they're asking me questions about Jeffrey Epstein. I thought that was finished. I believe they gave over 100,000 pages of documents, and there is tremendous backlash. It's an interesting question, because a lot of people are very angry that pictures are being released of other people that really had nothing to do with Epstein, but they're in a picture with him because he was at a party, and you ruin a reputation of somebody. So a lot of people are very angry that this continues. A lot of Republicans are angry because of the fact that it's just used to deflect against a tremendous success. Look, we have $18 trillion coming into our country. We have, I believe, we're going to have the most successful economy in history. We inherited a mess. Now prices are coming way down. Gasoline is less than $2 in some states.
Isn't he the king of deflection? Let's say that at least. He is the king of deflection. He is the king of, look, buy here, don't worry about them over there. You see how he immediately turned it into business and selling points? From we asking you about these files that you in with a known pedophile, and you flip it around to how much money is coming into the country. Like we give a fuck right now. Just little things like that you got to notice. Like I said, the pre-programmed wiring in this tape recorder. Just already programmed to just, deflect. Be a true Freemason, if you will. I'm going to answer your question, but I'm going to go around your question. I'll give my answer. You just got to figure out what I'm saying in it. I'm going to still go around it, but like I said, that's how Freemasons talk. I'm going to answer your question in my formal way. You got to catch what I'm saying, though. I'm gonna talk around your question. I might answer it, I might not. That's how the Freemasons do.
It's $1.99, $1.97, $1.95 a gallon. $1.95. Think of that. A gallon. Nobody ever thought they'd see that. They don't want to talk about that. They want to talk about Epstein. And the problem is a lot of Democrats are being caught up in the web, like Larry Summers. Larry Summers.
Did y'all see when he did the Epstein just now, how his reptilian tongue almost fucked him up?
Was the head of Harvard. He's now been forced to resign from every board he's on, and he was thrown off the Harvard board. Now he was at Epstein's Island a lot. I wasn't. I never went there, by the way. But fortunately, it's nice. But I never went there. But a lot of people did go there. But instead of talking about the battleships, or instead of talking about most favored nations, drugs, we're bringing down drug prices like at a level that has never even been thought of, by thousands. Think of it, by 1,000%, by 1,200, 1,300, 1,400% in some cases. A drug that sells for $10 in London is costing $130 in New York. We're bringing it down to $20, and they're going to go up to 20. So they're going from 10 to 20, which is a doubling. It's a doubling. That's a lot, but it's a doubling. But we're going down to 20. So we're going down, if you can do your own math, but it's 2,000%, 3,000%. It's pretty amazing. And you know, the New York Times had a story about it, a small story, way in the back of the paper. It's the single biggest thing to happen with respect to drugs probably in 50 years. It's never been anything like this. In my first term, I was able to get drug prices down 0.25%. It's the first time in 28 years that they went down. 0.25%. I was so proud of myself. Now we're doing them 2,000%, 1,500%, 1,200%. That pill that sold for $130 will now be selling, as an example, for $20 because the rest of the world took advantage of us. Without tariffs, I could have never done it. I called up the heads of the countries. As an example, France, I spoke to a very good man, President Macron of France, and I said, Emmanuel, you have to raise your drug prices. He said, no, 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 we will not do that. I said, you have to. He said, no, I don't want to do that. Look, you're asking me for go to $10 to $20. You're going to come way down to 20. We don't want to do that. Now, in all fairness, no other president even tried. But if they did try, there was actually a fake story in stupid USA Today. I didn't even think they make it anymore. I haven't. But I saw a story where Biden was trying to do this. Biden never tried to do it. Biden didn't know he was alive. He never tried to do it. But they're taking it from $10 to 20. So he would say, and the other leader said the same thing. No, no, we won't do it. I said, no, no, you're going to do it 100%. They said, nope, we're not doing it. We're not going to double our price. Because, again, if you go from $10.
I'm still on it. Notice how, again, he ain't mentioned shit else about the Epstein files. He done completely batted that one away. Like it's like tennis. He done completely batted that one away. He not even going back to it. Unless somebody again in that room asks him specifically, but what about this picture? Or what about the Trump? I want somebody to be bold and ask about this Trump condom. That's what I want. We ain't going to get that.
To $20, they're doubling their price. We're coming down, though, from $130 to $20 because we're going to get the lowest drug prices in the world. Whatever the lowest price is called favored nations, we're going to have the lowest price. So I said, no, no, you're going to. No, no, I will not do this. Politically, it's unacceptable. I said, Emmanuel, you're going to do it 100%. Please accept it now. Be nice. You're going to do it 100%. No, 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 I will not. I said, yes, you are. He said, why do you keep telling me I am when I'm not? Because if you don't do it, I'm going to put a 25% tariff on everything France sells into this. He said, oh, I see. I agree to do it. Every other country said the exact same thing. They all said, nope, I will not do it. I said, all right, on Monday morning, you'll have the 25% tariff, everything you sell. In the case of France, it was wine, champagne, cars, everything they sell. It's 25 to 30 times the price of what we're talking about, at 25%. Every single country agreed. And that was a big problem. The drug companies were difficult, but fine, because we have a certain control over the drug companies. We had no control over these foreign nations. So every single country has agreed to do this. So we will take that pill price down, as an example, talking about not just pills, we're talking about everything. We'll take it down from $130 a pill down to $20 a pill. And the rest of the world will take it from $10 a pill up to $20. It's the biggest thing ever to happen, and it's covered, barely covered in the New York Times because it's a fake newspaper. Yeah.
What'd I tell you? Was never going to go back to it. Just wanted to let it play out. You hear the full clip, but never went back to it. Not once. And I didn't expect him to. I didn't expect him to. He did exactly what I expected the robot to do. Exactly what the robot was expected to do. And if you don't remember what I'm talking about with red tie, blue tie, right? If you don't remember, 1 second. I'll bring it up for you right here. The story of two Trumps. That's exactly what Gregory says. It was two Trumps, right?
Okay, you start and I'm ready.
In the wake of question.
Wait. Not that one. Not that one. Oh, you know what? Because I might have gotten rid of it in that little data sweep I did. Little warranted data sweep I did.
This election, let's talk about the election. You know, as we speak today, it's down to Hillary, Bernie, and Trump.
Yeah, but see, you're talking to the wrong person. I never believed there was going to be an election this year, and it's not. Trump ain't got no money. Trump ain't never had no money. They talk about his daddy. You ever seen a picture of his daddy? You ever seen anybody write a story about his daddy?
No. I mean, they got his money from his dad, yeah.
I didn't ask you that. See, you keep talking to me. I don't want to hear. I asked you, have you ever seen a picture of his daddy?
No, I have not.
Have you ever heard a story about his daddy? And that don't bother you? Huh? That don't bother you? And so much of us out here been talking and shit. His sister had to hold a press conference. No, he didn't give him no $100 million. He gave him $1 million. I wonder why he didn't give me none. Huh? You know? See, if you're getting in this here and you're gonna call, cause you're gonna move to people more powerful than me. I ain't gonna talk to you if you don't know nothing. The fuck I'm gonna talk to you about money if you ain't got none? That's what this shit is about. That's why NBC and ABC, that's why I look at them. Not that I believe them, they got $1 trillion industry to do the research and I can pick it apart. That's simple.
So, well, I know you don't expect there to be an election, but did you think Trump would get as far as he has?
I didn't know who it was. Huh? Look, let me show you something here. Let me show you the shit that I know. It's the Wall Street Journal. It's one of the most powerful papers in the world. Don't mean it's no good. What's the date? Now, hold it 1 minute. Hold it. Hold it. I ran for president 1968. The election was Tuesday, November the 4th. This story ran Friday, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Now, what's the date on that? What paper is that?
Wall Street Journal, November 7th, 1968, page
Headlines.
6. Election computer goofs gives Gregory 9 million votes.
That's why you can't talk to me. I got too much information. I got 9 million votes in the state of Pennsylvania. Huh? Okay? That's what fasting do. Huh? Now read the first paragraph.
Some machines just aren't to be believed. Take the big computer in New York that was designed to compile results of Tuesday's general election.
All elections are tabulated in New York City. Go ahead.
At one point early yesterday morning, the machine was crediting Dick Gregory, the comedian turned presidential candidate, with 9 million votes in Pennsylvania.
Now, here's what happened. The energy took over, the computers, and they had to shut them down because it projected me as president-elect of the United States. And they couldn't change it because they couldn't change the numbers.
Wow.
9 million votes in one state. I know what it was. They went in there and tricked the machine for Nixon, but somebody put it on wrong and they gave it to me. So I'm going in the election and know all this bullshit y'all read. It ain't true. They did it just like they did that. Huh? Just like they did that.
Yeah.
He literally just told y'all literally just told all y'all, New Eyes, what's going on with you? Hope everything is all right. He literally just told all y'all, though, on how they literally rigged the elections and how they changed the votes in the machine and how each person gets a certain share of votes that the machine is elected to actually dish out in each of the different states. But the computer malfunctioned and gave it to him instead of Nixon. Literally just told y'all how they rigged the votes.
The one time Trump lost, he said it was rigged. The few weeks ago.
First, there's two Trumps.
Okay.
The one in the red tie is the real one. The one in the blue tie is not. The one you saw last night after the victory was the blue tie. Now, if you would punch up Dr. Carson, Ben Carson, when Trump called him a pedophile, and the next day he joined Trump, and the guy asked him, see, every now and then you slip and say so. He said, why'd you do that? He said, there's two Trumps. I was with the good one. You see it there. Just punch up. When somebody interviewed him, he said, there's two Donald Trumps. That's easy to pull up.
Okay. I was Googling.
And we've always seen red tie, blue tie, Trump. Now, I got it backwards. Blue tie is the fake one. Red tie is the real one. So the one we had just now was, in fact, the real Donald Trump. So let me reiterate something. Real Donald Trump is red tie. Fake Donald Trump, robotic Trump, blue tie, which is the one that we usually get when he has to do the podium announcements. Or if he has to do something behind the desk and make an announcement, it's usually in the blue tie. But when he has to make the actual public appearances, majority of the time I've noticed, is in the red tie. So that'd be another way you can actually identify it. When he has to make the public appearances, he's majority of the time in the red tie. Unless he has to be behind something, green screen, whatever the hell, behind a podium, making it a live stream announcement, that is blue tie Trump. So the one we got up there just now wasn't necessarily the robotic Trump, but still spoken way, like I said, like a true Freemason. And if you really want to be honest, lore accurate Donald Trump spoken business sense. Oh, we made such and such amount of money for, the company. Talking about America. We made such and such amount of money for the company this year. Who cares about the Epstein files? Responded in true Donald Trump fashion. Just to try to deflect it. To look what we're doing for the country. Why do you care about the Epstein files and me being in them? Because we care about you being around a known pedophile, Donald Trump. That's why. Which makes you wonder. Which also makes you wonder. What's the real reason why they stopped even caring about the files? What do they know, or should I say, what is about to happen coming forward in these next couple of months? Not even years. In these next couple of months, I want to say. What catastrophic is about to happen that is going to be so great that you don't even care about Epstein files or Donald Trump being in them because you're going to need Donald Trump. So you're not going to be able to care about if he's in the Epstein files or not. You're going to need him in these next couple of months for something. That's why he doesn't care anymore. Something is going to happen where we're going to need Trump soon. And he knows it already. That's why he did the deflection that he did. But what is coming is the question. Because I can't just up and say, oh, it's going to be Blue Beam. You heard Trump is sick? Nah, Trump ain't sick. Trump ain't sick. Trump ain't sick. Cause that's like when they pulled that, I want to say, was it a month ago? When it was like, oh, Trump is missing. And Trump showed up like, I ain't missing. I was on the golf course. I had a little cold, but I'm all right. He popped up saying he was good. But the death hoax was there, as if they'd already removed him. People were saying that too, like they'd already removed Donald Trump. But like I said, it can't be the case when they're seeing now, again, what Dick Gregory was even saying, there are two Trumps, and we've been seeing both of the Trumps. It's not like we've just been seeing the blue one. We've been seeing both the red tie and blue tie Trump. Like a missing man. Oh, Boom Bap Streets. What's going on? What's going on? I have a delay in my chat. I hate it. That's why I'm trying to look at the phone as well as look at the chat that's on my right, because my chat that's on the right on the desktop is delayed more than the one on the phone. Like the one on the phone gets the chats right there and there. Like right now, my desktop says 2 people in here. I look at my phone, it's 19. So that's what I'm like, all right, what does my phone say? What does my phone say? Hold up. See, that's what I'm saying. Now it's a delay in what New Eyes just said. Because I see something up here in my chat box that New Eyes just said, but it didn't show up yet on my desktop, and it didn't show up yet on my phone. So I'm trying to see. I can make it out a little bit. Straight from DC, what's going on? I can make it out a little bit. Oh no, that's Boom Bap Streets that said that. Boom Bap Streets that said, yeah, Boom Bap Streets message is delayed. Okay. So Mark of the Beast coming, New World Order, then Jesus and the host of heaven to take down this earth like nothing we ever seen. Repent and get ready. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that because, like I said, I want to say that they're gearing up Project Blue Beam because they just released a report about them putting satellites in the air. They literally let y'all know, like, hey, in case y'all see the satellites going up, we just putting them up there. No, the fuck y'all not. You can't pull the wool of my eye with that one. I already done seen the documents. Y'all planned for the show to be straight from DC. What's going on? Y'all planned for Project Blue Beam to be this year. But y'all didn't think all the other shit was going to happen in between. And y'all still scared. I think the only reason that they haven't done Blue Beam yet is because they're still nervous on whether it's going to work or not. It's too late because, in my opinion, it's too late not to work, is what I'm saying. Because the average general consensus is very dumbed down right now and very easily distracted to the point where each and every person you could say has some type of form of ADHD, right? Hell, I even have it, unfortunately, now because of technology. I can't go to sleep without having YouTube on. I don't even watch TV like that. I don't watch regular cable no more, but that's because I don't like to be programmed by what cable has. That's the reason I watch YouTube. But at the same time, I consistently have to have something on. Even when I'm at work, for example, right? I have to have something on. I can't just sit there and just talk to the people. My mind has to be multitasking in some form of shape or fashion. Even when I'm doing something here on the computer and I'm editing a video or something like that, for some strange reason, my brain is programmed to go into the phone and scroll Facebook for 30 seconds, even though it might not be nothing there. That is just what our mind is programmed to do nowadays. Literally, that is what our mind is programmed to do now. I had to see. I don't know why that's coming in like that. I have to figure that out. I really wonder why my chat is delayed a little bit and why Boom Bap Street's message didn't come up. Anyway, but yeah, they literally can pull the wool over your. Think about how AI has advanced the way it has, right? If you even think about, what was it now? Maybe 10 years, 12 years now since we had the hologram show up with Tupac. You have to look up Project Blue Beam. We've covered Project Blue Beam quite a few times on the show. Trust, if we need to, we will do it again. I love covering Project Blue Beam. Project Blue Beam is one of the many rabbit holes that started me. But I told y'all before, it was Project Blue Beam and Tupac. Tupac's and Biggie's assassination, Project Blue Beam. started me in the rabbit hole. If I need to, I will pull up Project Blue Beam Part 1 and 2 right damn now. I will pull that up right for you. You're absolutely right. And I was hoping that wouldn't be the case. But you see what I'm talking about, Boom Bap Streets. Like, if you look at the chat right now, like, if you probably see it on your phone where you typed it at. But what I just read out loud is not showing up at all in the chat. And I'm looking at both the desktop chat and the phone chat. It's that paragraph that you said about repenting. It for some reason it's not showing up. But again, we know who controls YouTube. So. Again, like I said, I wish I could really, really do some shit, pull up certain shit and show certain shit, but Twitch would allow me to do that. YouTube doesn't. And I don't have the same audience just yet for Twitch that I do YouTube. So, yeah, I got to start doing the late night because there's more y'all in here in the late night than it is during the day. I'm just looking at the numbers now. Like, y'all are really in here late night. I got to start doing more the late night. All right, that just sold it. How do we protect ourselves from Project Bluebeam? You can't. Mentally and spiritually, you can. Yes, you can prepare yourself for it. But as far as like protecting yourselves from it, you know what? We're on the subject. We'll get to Erica Kirk and Nicki Minaj in a second. We'll get to them in a second. I feel like now this is important because, like I said, anytime I need to pull this up, I just say fuck it and do it. And I make sure it's certain things that I just refuse to delete out my computer, and this is one of them.
Canadian government official is warning we may be on the verge of intergalactic war, saying, quote, the Bush administration has finally agreed to let the military build a forward base on the moon, which will put them in a better position to keep track of the comings and goings of visitors from space.
This came out in the late 2000s. I'm going to reiterate. This came out in the late 2000s, y'all. So this is more than a decade old that this information has been out to people. And little by little each year, I've been noticing how everything that they talk about, even in this video that they made a decade plus ago, is literally coming to. You'll notice certain things that's talked about in this Project Bluebeam doc here. Those little things have gradually upgraded.
And to shoot at them if they so decide.
I was introduced to the late Dr. Werner von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him, during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. There are many enemies, he said, against whom we're going to build this space-based weapon system. The first of whom was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids. And then he would repeat to me over and over. And the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat.
Pardon me, I don't...
Notice how she even called it the extraterrestrial threat. Not as if there's going to be real UFOs and real aliens. The extraterrestrial threat, as if she knows that they're going to make an announcement like, yo, the aliens are coming. What have we been getting throughout this entire fucking year? Is nothing but, yo, we have documents of, it's time to tell y'all, yeah, we got aliens here, y'all. It's time, the Atlas is on the way. Something is coming on the way to us. We don't know what. But you've been getting nothing but predictive programming messages throughout the entire, I want to say 2 years now, that there's going to be an apocalyptic event that happens. and they've been showing you on different shows and different movies and things like that. That's why I don't watch them shits like that. I don't watch movies and TV shows like that on a regular basis because of that predictive programming that's so inside of it. My mind just says, yo, I can't look at this consistently because I start pointing. I look like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme where he's just pointing with the popcorn like, I'm that throughout 95% of the fucking movie or show because I'm like, they show it something. Harbs at home, what's going on? Swayze World, what's going on with you? What's going on with you? See, and I was just talking about it earlier too, Swayze. I'm like, Swayze usually comes in here about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, so I think it's time we start doing the late night shows because I know, like I said, a lot of you come in on the late night. What you said, Hobbs? Like you, we need something to listen to. Also, yeah, trust me, I need something to listen to or have going 24/7. Like I said, even when I go to sleep, I just need to feel the vibration of the TV on me, I guess. I don't know. But like I said, when I'm at work, I just have to be multitasking. Damn, they programmed us now to have so much ADHD with different things and technology. That's another reason why Project Bluebeam speaks volumes to what's going on right now, because our minds are so already distracted. We can easily be deceived by certain things like artificial intelligence, right? AI pretty much has progressed so much that you literally nowadays can barely tell the real from the fake thing. These videos that come out, like my friend sent me a video of a guy that was supposedly getting like 4 lives in jail from like some crazy murder he did, and he was real bulked up, looked like he was Bane from Batman and shit. And I'm like, this is AI. You can tell by the guy in the background this is little AI, but my dude didn't realize it was an AI video that he sent me. And I'm like, oh, this is happening frequently now. I'm getting sent these AI videos and you can't tell it apart. And it's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening where we can't tell the real from the fake reality. So think about when I said a few times on this pod how the average general consensus has no idea what augmented reality is. And that's exactly what they're using in Project Bluebeam. And people still haven't even figured out fully what the difference between 3D and what 4K quality of a video is now. Like it's little things like that our minds are distracted from enhancing to comprehend, that something like augmented reality is going to fuck us up literally when it's presented to us. When Project Bluebeam is presented to us, we're not going to be able to tell. I'm talking about a good 90% of the world population is not going to be able to differentiate real from fake when that shit happens.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but doesn't this make sense? I mean, if in fact there are extraterrestrials and they're buzzing our planet, why wouldn't we want to take steps to defend ourselves from them?
The rapture is one of the most controversial topics in all of theology. Some Christians believe in it, all atheists mock it, and the New World Order may very well attempt to fake it. What would discourage Christians more than seeing New Agers, Buddhists, cult leaders, and corrupt con artist Christians raptured, while the Bible-believing faithful are, in essence, left behind? Why wouldn't the New World Order attempt to unite all the world's religions behind one deity by including them all in such an apocalyptic event? Surprisingly, the U.S. government actually admits to thinking about the use of this technology, though it denies it's followed through with such implementation. In an article entitled Bees on the Battlefield and Other U.S. Military Experiments, published by the British news agency The Guardian on June 18, 2007, it discusses strange government projects, and I quote, "Then there's the prophet hologram, the projection of the image of an ancient god over an enemy capital, whose public communications have been seized and used against it in a massive psychological operation." An Israeli cybernetics expert named Yitzhak Hayutman has even gone as far as to lobby the Arab world to allow him to project a holographic temple above the Dome of the Rock in an effort to summon whichever savior should take notice of it and actually show up.
So again, they've had the technology for so long now to be able to even do things like this. Projecting a temple over the dome of Ra and projecting, a hologram of a god to sit on it to deceive the people. What? They've already beta tested this shit. They've already done that. They've already beta tested this a few times in a few different ways, which they're going to break down also the different predictive programming ways that they've already used on us, letting us, just giving us little hints at certain things that they're doing. You see how they've already planned in the military, like I said, to even have this technology ready in advance for when they start doing Project Bluebeam, and how, like I said, in the documents it shows the air show was literally says the year 2025 in the documents. I'll pause it when it gets to that part too. But in the documents it reads air show 2025.
But does it even matter? Does this technology even exist? Or is it just crazy conspiracy theory? Let's take a look at the Army Research Lab, Adelphi, Maryland's progress report from November 96 through August 97. The session number ADA 3338490. The topic? A 3D holographic display using strontium barium niobate. Its abstract states, an innovative technique for generating a three-dimensional holographic display using strontium barium niobate is discussed.
Now wait till you hear that particular substance, that strontium barium niobate. Wait till you hear where that actually is coming from already.
The resultant image is a hologram that can be viewed in real time over a wide perspective or field of view. The holographic image is free from system-induced aberrations and has a uniform high quality over the entire field of view. Interesting. Well, we've seen the chemtrails, and there's a lot of speculation about what they're being used for. Weather control and mind control are at the top of the list. But as you'll see in a second, chemtrails have been directly linked to barium, which is one of the main components of the Army's 3D holography display.
Could a strange substance found by a southwest Arkansas man be part of a government test? Well, that's the question at the heart of a phenomenon called chemtrails, now getting widespread attention. Well, tonight, KSLA News 12 investigation reporter Jeff Farrell shows us the results of testing we had done about what's in our skies.
It seemed like some mornings it was just crisscrossing the whole sky. It was just like a giant checkerboard.
Bill Nichols snapped several photos of the strange clouds from his home in Stamps, Arkansas. They begin as normal contrails from a jet engine, but do not fade away like a normal contrail.
Now, here's the thing, right? What did that look like to you, right? Didn't it look like a grid? Like the lines are perfectly like squares, right? And they go through each other like a grid, like a graph, right? If you ever seen video game development, if you look at the bottom of it in the plane that they put it on, it's in what? It looks like a tile floor, right? That's because it's in a graph. It's in a graph, literally. They are making the platform, pretty much turning our sky into an LED screen. Our sky has become a full TV screen. Or projector, if you will.
Soon after, he saw particles in the air.
You know, because we'd see it drop to the ground in a haze.
Nichols then noticed the material collecting on the ground.
This is water and stuff that I collected in bowls. I had it set out in my backyard on my dad's pickup truck.
KSLA News 12 had the sample tested at a lab. The results? A high level of barium, 6.8 parts per million, more than 3 times the toxic level set by the EPA.
According to Section 5.6 of a military research paper entitled An Operational Analysis for Air Force 2025, an application of value-focused
What does that say? What does that say? They were planning it for this year. And very good point, Boom Bap Streets. Very, very good point there. Yes, this thing is upon us, which is why all the celebrities are falling like the Bible says. So what's so sad is a lot of people are going to get caught in this, and they don't have to just read. That's very true. A lot they call what the fallen, not the fallen, but what do you call it? What's the name for the rapture with the people that's going to be left behind? I know people are going to be raptured, but I forgot what the other term was for the people that were going to be left behind. I forgot what the other term for them was going to be. But yeah, people are dropping like flies because of this type of thing coming. Also, certain celebrities are trying to move out the country. Certain celebrities, Mark Zuckerberg, has already got his bunker ready. He's told that to look, when it happens, I'm going underground. I don't want to look at the shit. I don't want to see it. I'm pretty sure they done showed him what they're going to do. And he's like, you know what? I don't even want to be around for this shit. I'm going underground. Yeah, ring my phone when the shit done. Send me a message. Because he knows what's about to happen already.
Thinking to future air and space capabilities, military brainstorming as of May 1996 was researching, constructing, yet again, another holographic projection system. This time they were looking to implement an airborne holographic projector that would display a three-dimensional visual image in a desired location removed from the display generator. The projector can be used for psychological operations and strategic perception management.
So I'll pause it right here just so some of y'all could get like a rough graph or a rough picture in your head of how the hologram is actually going to work. So you see how the grid is already layered down from the planes. And they plan to have a projector on one side of the world and a projector on the other side of the world. Pretty much meeting up in the middle to hit the screen. Through the grid and the layer that's already made, they're able to project it into the sky, and with the help of the satellites that are being put in place to hold things up, with the help of the drones that you now have seen doing light shows and things like that, those drones are going to be color coordinated. They trust me when I tell you, they have drones that can turn different colors already. If you don't know, you trust me. They have drones that can turn camouflage colors already. Those drones are going to be used to help build the projection to make it more solid. So even if someone was to fly by it, say an airplane was flying by it, they might hit something. Like, oh, that's real. Still not real.
It is also useful for optical deception. The picture you see here speaks for itself. This isn't depicted as a ground-based weapon, but rather one that would project a deceptive image hologram in the air. Could the chemtrails play a role in this? I'm no scientist, so I can't tell you absolutely yes or even maybe. Unless, of course, God is a mute and he's going to come in complete silence. Let's face it, even the most action-packed movies are boring without some kind of a stunning soundtrack. Well, just in time for it to be exploited in the very same way, the technology now exists to beam sound right into your head. Strategy.com reports in an article entitled Death Ray Replaced by the Voice of God that the U.S. Navy is using non-lethal systems called LRAD, or Long Range Acoustic Device. This is being used right now in the Persian Gulf. Many small fishing and cargo boats ply these waters, and it's often hard to get the attention of the crews. With LRAD, you just aim it at a member of the crew and have an interpreter speak to the sailor. It was noted that the guy on the receiving end was sometimes terrified, even as he realized it was a large American destroyer that was talking to him. This apparently gave the Army guys some ideas, for there are now rumors in Iraq of a devilish American weapon that makes people believe they are hearing voices in their heads. And then there's the A&E television series called Paranormal State, which used a clever combination of a large billboard and cutting-edge technology to beam frightening ads directly into people who were walking near the show's billboard in the heart of New York City. The advertising website MediaBuyerPlanner.com writes in an article entitled "Billboard Whispers into Pedestrians' Ears for A&E's Paranormal State."
What's muted? What's muted? I'm muted. Let me come back on too. Am I muted? I'm muted. Y'all can hear me? Was I muted before? Was I muted before? Was that muted? What was muted? Did the video sound cut out? Was that what cut out? Which one cut out? Let me do my checks. What went out? Oh, hold on. Hold on.
That an ad for A&E's ghost-themed series Paranormal State uses technology to transmit an audio spotlight from the rooftop speakers in New York's Soho directly into the ears of passers.
All right, let me figure this out. Let me see. Oh, you can't hear me either. Okay. Oh, refresh your YouTube. I'm about to say I might want to refresh. Oh, refresh your YouTube. Yeah, but I should be able to hear that. Because I'm listening to it to my phone right now too. I'm like, wait, I know something. I couldn't hear it for a second either, and I was like, all right, what's happening? I went to another song that was on YouTube, and I was like, all right, let me just play that real quick, make sure it's not my phone. It's back. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me now? Let me know. Put some ones in the chat if you can hear me. Twos in the chat if you cannot. One in the chat if you can hear me. Two in the chat if you cannot. We back? We back? We got okay. I had to make sure. I had to make sure. They've been trying to shut me down. I had to make sure. I said, oh, did I play something wrong?
Crazy projection system, that in and of itself isn't going to convince anyone of anything. Unless, of course, God is a mute and he's going to come in complete silence. Let's face it, even the most action-packed movies are boring without some kind of a stunning soundtrack. Well, just in time for it to be exploited in the very same way, the technology now exists to beam sound right into your head. Strategy.com reports in an article entitled "Death Ray Replaced by the Voice of God" that the U.S. Navy is using non-lethal systems called LRAD, or Long Range Acoustic Device. This is being used right now in the Persian Gulf.
They already have it. They've already had technology, and there's probably some people right now watching this video for the first time saying, They don't have nothing that could beam sound into your head right now. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Many small fishing and cargo boats ply these waters, and it's often hard to get the attention of the crews. With LRAD, you just aim it at a member of the crew and have an interpreter speak to the sailor. It was noted that the guy on the receiving end was sometimes terrified, even as he realized it was a large American destroyer that was talking to him. This apparently gave the Army guys some ideas, for there are now rumors in Iraq of a devilish American weapon that makes people believe they are hearing voices in their heads. And then there's the A&E television series called Paranormal State, which used a clever combination of a large billboard and cutting-edge technology to beam frightening ads directly into people who were walking near the show's billboard in the heart of New York City. The advertising website MediaBuyerPlanner.com writes in an article entitled "Billboard Whispers into Pedestrians' Ears for A&E's Paranormal State" that an ad for A&E's ghost-themed series Paranormal State uses technology to transmit an audio spotlight from the rooftop speakers in New York's Soho directly into the ears of passers-by. Here's a sample showcasing how this concentrated sonic beam works.
Now, for this particular part, and I'll run it back a little bit, right? For this particular part, if you have headphones, it would be best if you use headphones. Just to be on the honest side, it would be best if you use headphones on this particular part. If you have some Bluetooth headphones, real quick, throw them on. If you don't, I mean, whatever. But if you got some headphones, it would be best to use headphones for this particular part. Just so you can get a better understanding of what's actually even going on in this particular part. So this is an ad from the movie, I should say the show that was going on from A&E back in the day called Paranormal State. And there were advertisements in New York. They had speakers on top of the buildings that were beaming sound down into people's ears. But when you walk by, it literally sounded like somebody was right behind you whispering. And it would come and it would move, I guess you would say panasonically or sonically from left to right. I guess it's Panasonic, right? Panasonically left to right. It kept going. Yeah, so it would be Panasonic. Panning back left to right. So it would go in from like your imagination in your left ear. And it would be like, I'm talking to you in your right ear. And you'd be like, the fuck? And the whole time it's a speaker. If you don't look up, you ain't going to see it. But the whole time, I'm glad they put it at the corner. Because imagine if they had the speaker hidden behind something, right? Like they had like a pillar up in front of the speaker or whatever. And you couldn't see it. You would be fucked up. You would be fucked up if you didn't look up and see the advertisement Paranormal State. So, like I said all that to give you a little bit of time in case you wanted to go grab some headphones real quick. So, if you have grabbed headphones by now.
This concentrated sonic beam works.
So you see up top of the building, the two little speakers that's over there in the middle? That's the speakers that's beaming the sound down to the person's head. But that's why I said to grab headphones so you can understand what I'm saying. Because you would think it's two big ass speakers in plain sight, right? You would think it's something that everybody around could hear, right? But it was only hitting the person that was in a certain range of right there. It wasn't like it was like broadcasting all over the block. It was just in certain parts, in catching certain people. So it would fuck with people that was walking by within this radius right here of them walking down that way. It wouldn't happen to the person that was walking, say, across the street on the other side. It would only happen to the person that was coming back and forth that way. So, like I said, it was able to manipulate the sound directly into individual ears.
It's not your imagination. What's that? Who's there?
There are literally dozens of patents dealing with ways of beaming sonic transmissions directly into people's minds. This was once called telepathy. Today it's just modern-day technology and advertising. Yes, I understand this sounds absolutely bizarre. Where's the proof? Where is it? We've recently seen Al Gore and Prince Charles appear in holographic form, but do we actually know of any such encounter we can attribute holographic technology as to having been used as part of a supernatural psyop? I believe we do.
In part two, here's where shit get freaky. Part two is shit get freaky.
There are literally dozens of patents dealing with ways of beaming sonic transmissions directly into people's minds. This was once called telepathy. Today it's just modern-day technology and advertising. Yes, I understand this sounds absolutely bizarre. Where's the proof? Where is it? We've recently seen Al Gore and Prince Charles appear in holographic form, but do we actually know of any such encounter we can attribute holographic technology as to having been used as part of a supernatural psyop? I believe we do. It's just a matter of looking at information. ABC News by ex-CIA spy John Kiradiv. The topic was waterboarding. Kiradiv came out in an un-CIA-like fashion and proclaimed that waterboarding is torture.
Now, I'm pausing it right here because this same gentleman, watch this. Watch this. Watch this, y'all. Where are my images? Where is it? Where the article at? There it is. Here it is, right here. Look at this. Look. Same guy. Hold on. Show. Get my page right. This fucked me up when I seen it recently. Same guy years later. Ex-CIA officer says the agency can remotely hijack your TV, turn the speaker into a mic, and listen to everything you say, even when the TV is off. Same guy. This article came out, I think, what was it, 2 weeks ago? Now, there was a couple of people that reported that same thing, I want to say about maybe 10 years ago. I think about 8, 9, 10 years ago, right? Because I could pull up the CBS News footage of it. They still got it on YouTube. Of the lady said that there was a camera in her TV. And sure enough, there was a camera literally in her TV. But it was built in from the manufacturer. And literally, she figured out that someone or something was spying on her. Okay? But she couldn't prove who or what. But lo and behold, a former CIA agent claims the agency, CIA, has the ability to access your TV and eavesdrop on you whether the TV is on or off. So, yeah. Same guy is here telling you. Yes, cell phones, laptops too. Them too. Them too. You know when they ask you about you know how when you download an app, a new app or something like that, and it says, oh, do you want this app to have the access to track what you do and what you say, or just say just track? It just says track, right? Do you want to allow this app access to track? Allow this app access to track. It doesn't say what. It just says track. And I'm pretty sure a lot of y'all just gave us that, whatever. I want it to work. Just hit track. I hit the not now. No, I don't want you to track shit. I don't want you to track nothing. Don't track nothing. Do nothing. But yeah, this same CIA guy ends up, that's how I recognized his face. I was like, oh shit, that's my boy.
On the ABC News website, in an article entitled, "Coming in from the Cold, CIA Spy Calls Waterboarding Necessary But Torture," the ex-spy described the effectiveness of waterboarding on captured al-Qaeda member Abu Zubaydah, and I quote, "John Kiradu, now retired, said the technique broke Zubaydah in less than 35 seconds. The next day, he told his interrogator that Allah had visited him in his cell during the night and told him to cooperate. Now, hold it for just 1 second. We believe this man is telling us the truth because he's playing nice and claiming that waterboarding is a bad thing. But look at what he just said. He's implying that when someone is tortured, they just have to say uncle and then we stop. You would think that if Zubaydah was cracked in 35
The technique broke Zubaydah in less than 35 seconds, meaning he was being waterboarded, right? He's being waterboarded with the water, whatever, where they bag your head and throw the water over you, try to drown you, whatever, right? That's waterboarding, where they just try to drown you, pretty much. You've seen it in the movies with interrogators from the detective interrogators. They do all type of torture shit to you to make them talk or whatever. Beat them with wrenches and whatnot and all that. Waterboarding is one of those things where they just, you know what I'm saying, just basically just try to drown your ass real quick until you say uncle. They poured the water on that nigga for about 35 seconds. He said, hey, you ain't got to do that. Said that, I'll tell you what you want, because Allah himself visited me in my cell last night. I saw Allah. He came to me in his spirit and talked to me and said, I would like for you to tell them all the information that you know. Nigga, what? Huh? What you mean the spirit of Allah came to your cell and told you to spill the... If I am the CIA, even if I'm the CIA agent that knew that I could do that, if the nigga come back and tell me that, that's not something I can go to sleep. Listen, that would give me nightmares working there. That would give me fucking nightmares working there. Like, what you mean the spirit of Allah came to you in your cell and told you to tell us everything?
seconds, that would mean he was spilling the beans only seconds after that. As in, okay, fine, I'll talk, please, no more. Not, oh my goodness, I'm glad you stopped. I didn't like that very much. I guess I'll go get some sleep, and I'll think about maybe telling you something tomorrow. And if we are to believe that it was indeed the waterboarding that broke him, then why would he bother telling his interpreter that Allah had visited him in his cell during the night and told him to cooperate? His interrogator knew he was waterboarded. He wasn't going to save any face with his interrogator. Remember, they broke him the day before, and they didn't get any information out of a quote-unquote broken man until the next day after he claimed Allah came to him in his cell and told him to cooperate. I'm not making this up. Watch for yourself. Pay attention to the body language. You decide for yourself if this makes any logical sense.
And that was one of the techniques?
Waterboarding was one of the techniques, yes.
And was it used on Zubaydah?
It was.
And was it successful?
It was.
What happened as a result of that?
He resisted. He was able to withstand the waterboarding for quite some time, and by that I mean probably 30, 35 seconds.
That's quite some time.
Which was quite some time. And a short time afterwards, in the next day or so, he told his interrogator that Allah had visited him in his cell during the night and told him to cooperate because his cooperation would make it easier on the other brothers who had been captured. And from that day on, he answered every question just like I'm sitting here speaking to you.
In a willing way?
In a willing way.
So in your view...
And after watching that...
When he said that, when I first watched this documentary, even hearing it now, it still fucks me up. Like, you mean to tell me the military has technology like that? To where they could say, see, I'm getting interrogated, right? They make the spirit of my dad come back. They already got all my information or whatnot, so they done seen pictures of my dad or whatnot. They make the spirit of my dad or even my grandma come back and say, hey, I need you to make this easier on such and such and on everybody else in life. Even if it's over for you, make it easier on everybody else and just tell them what they need to know. You'll be all right, I promise. And then she just leaves. Or my dad leaves. That would fuck anybody up. That would blow anybody's mind. Sunpine, what's going on? Yes, like I said, I know it sounds wacko. I know. Trust me when I tell you. When I first looked at this shit, I could not believe my ears until my eyes saw what my ears were hearing. You follow? Like, that's why I do my pod the way I do it with these videos. You see, it ain't just me saying it. It ain't just me. The proof is out there. I'm just a presenter of it. But it's things like this that, like I said, the average general consensus has absolutely no clue that this technology exists. Fucking the military, the technology exists out in the world of making holograms appear from out of nowhere. You've seen it with Pac. You've seen it with a couple of things now. Hell, you look at the Game Awards. It had a whole goddamn VTuber up there looking like they was right there in front of everybody. This is this shit I'm talking about. Like, this thing got it out now. They got us fucked up now. And we can't, a lot of people can't do nothing about it. Like I said, the average person, fuck Zubaydah and him being trained by Al Qaeda or whatever. Fuck that. The average human being, if they were arrested and interrogated and their relative came to visit them in the jail cell the night before and said, I need you to cooperate. You think they ass ain't gonna cooperate? It's little shit like that that you say, again, we talking about this documentary being 12 years old. Imagine the shit that they got now. Just imagine. Because remember, even this interview is way before he made the documentary. Put that one in your pipe and smoke it. The interview might be 15 years old. They got newer shit. So remember when I showed y'all for perfect examples, right? I'll give y'all a few examples of them playing with us with Project Bluebeam that we've showed on the pod. Remember the faces in the moon? Remember that giant gray face that you saw on the moon, clear as day? And then there were people that were coming at their house freaking the fuck out. People that were driving along the road freaking the fuck out. People that were just walking along the street and said, yo, what the fuck is that? There was a dude in the parking lot coming out on his break at work saying, yo, what is that? This a face in the moon. It's a whole face. Like, people were freaking out. And it was happening on a certain week at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Ironically, 3 o'clock in the morning, it was happening to where only a certain amount of people were out. So if you didn't have the video footage, you didn't believe these people. But the problem with that is, even with people with the video footage, you don't hear nobody talking about the faces in the moon no more. And that's a serious thing. Like, nigga, there was an entire crater face I could see it. Like, and if you would like for me to show that video, I still have the faces in the moon. I could pull them up on YouTube right now. Of you can even look at faces in the moon, face in the moon. You will see this big alien looking motherfucker, gray as hell, looking like a statue carved out of an actual face, looking down from the moon. So again, the shit is out now.
I can only come to one conclusion. This man was not waterboarded. If he was waterboarded, he was not broken during the waterboarding. He was broken through a psyop. If he was broken from the torture, he would have spilled the information right then and there. I think.
You know what the thing is about that, Sunpine? The biggest reason I would think you would even see that out there is because of what you just said, the ocean. You want to cruise out in the ocean. They just recently talked about in the files with the aliens that, what was it, over Costa Rica? There's a spot over Costa Rica where there's an underground base where they're like an extra Area 51. Like, you got these shits all over the world, don't you? Ain't just in Nevada. This shit all over the place. I can only imagine what's in Antarctica. We might have an entire goddamn fleet of aliens in Antarctica that we just ain't seen. Hell, the Predator might actually live in that motherfucker. We don't know. That's how secretive they are about Antarctica. Balls of fire in the water. Just sitting there. Yeah, see? And both of the lights going back and forth in the middle of the ocean. The middle of nowhere. That's what I'm saying. That would be the place to see it. That would be the place to see it. Because again, if you don't have actual documentation, the video footage of it, that shit could just leave and everybody be like, what did he see? Oh, he probably drunk or high or something like that. Nope. I saw some shit. I saw some shit with my own two eyes. But like I said, they've already spoken about how they do have the underground bases in the middle of the ocean. So whenever these anomalies have come up recently, and they've been more and more frequent, we've gone over too. Shout out to the homie James. When he looks at these weird things and these anomalies coming up, we go through them together, and it's like, it's very, very frequent now how many times a UFO is starting to show up, or some weird alien object is showing up somewhere. The Miami alien is still being talked about. The giant, tall Miami alien, like that shit's still fucking people up. And I'm like, it's Florida. But again, even though it's a joke, it's Florida. Same time, they're among us already. Mm-hmm. Too much reality TV was going on. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, Antarctica is one of those, and they keep hinting at it in different movies and shows. Like, Antarctica is just one of those places that you just know some shit is there. Hell, you've heard about the reports. We've seen some of the reports we showed here in the pod with a guy. Remember the gentleman that saw the Sasquatch looking, the giant Nephilim? He saw a Nephilim, pretty much, a giant Nephilim Sasquatch like character, but he was like, how did he describe him? He described him like one of the Muppet monsters, pretty much. He was big, and he was real big and massive and hairy with giant teeth. Like, he saw a giant person walking up the mountain regular. Because only a giant could do something like that, of course. Only something of huge size can see it. And he said all of a sudden military helicopters started showing up and surveilling that area and going over that area to the point where the FBI was literally looking for the guy, had his information, found the guy and was parked outside his house and was like, yo, don't go over there no more. So what you mean? He said, don't go over there no more. And then that was the last we saw of the guy after like 3 days of him talking about it and live streaming about it. And he actually went back and videotaped him going back, and we ain't see him no more. Guy just disappeared. Similar to all the influencers right now that just popping up dead all of a sudden. Yeah, I saw it too. Yes, weird stuff does exist. Weird stuff does exist. Let me finish this out too.
What you're seeing here is an experimental use of cutting-edge holographic technology to see if people will buy it, to see if it's believable. And just in case I'm right, I have to do what I'm about to do. In the Bible, Jesus was very clear about what his return would be like. In Matthew 24, his disciples asked him point blank, what is the end of the world going to be like? And starting in verse 4, Jesus answered them, take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. So he warns us, don't be fooled. And then again in verses 23 through 26, we read, then if any man shall say unto you, lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. For there shall arise false Christs and false prophets, and shall show great signs and wonders, insomuch that if it were possible, they shall deceive the very elect. Behold, I have told you before. Wherefore, if they shall say unto you, behold, he is in the desert, go not forth. Behold, he is in the secret chambers, believe it not. And then in verse 36 we read, but of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. No man knows the hour. If anyone out there believes in a pre-trib rapture, I'm not going to argue the point. Just be sure you're spiritually prepared just in case. Pride enables us to believe we aren't appointed to physical wrath, while Christians all over the globe are being hunted and killed like animals. Spiritual wrath, however, is something very different from physical wrath, and we're promised salvation, and as such, we are exempt of spiritual wrath. But beyond that, we were warned repeatedly that others would come using Jesus' name. We were specifically warned to look out for false prophets and great signs and wonders. I, for one, can't imagine a greater sign and wonder that a false rapture meant to crush and demoralize the Christian community while indoctrinating the rest of the world into the Antichrist religious system. Satan's had an awfully long time to plan out this end times deception. I personally feel it would be a grave and dangerous mistake for any Christian to underestimate the cunning nature and deceptive power of the serpent.
Okay, so you see it right here, right? How they plan to actually do it. Move the mic over here a little bit. All right, so these are the different names of pretty much the vessels that are going to be carrying certain ingredients that are used for the projector, as well as you see the cloud satellite that's over here, the blue satellites here. Then you have what's over here. Another one says aqua. Then you have, what's this thing? Funny thing is, right? You see the out air. You remember how they was just talking about out air, and they said, "Oh, it's something we don't know what it is." Pretty much, the plane that they're depicting here is the spacecraft that they're going to be using, but it's actually going to be an airplane. So you see how they're already using certain parts of manipulation? They're going to use an airplane, a regular airplane, but they're going to dress it up with a hologram so it looks like an actual spaceship coming in. They could easily use the real ships that they have, but why fuck around and test it and show the technology that they don't understand how to even fucking use and fly when they can just make a fake air show one? You follow me? They can just dress it up and put a hologram, pretty much put a mocap suit on it. You know how they had the 2K player or the video game developers, how they had like the balls on them and they have like the motion capture suits on? They're pretty much putting an airplane into a motion capture suit and dressing it up as a UFO. But because it's going to be in hologram form, you guys aren't going to see an airplane. You're going to see a UFO. And oh, everybody run. Everybody run. It's aliens. Not going to be aliens. It's the government fucking with you. This is a layout right here of, and this is just the remember how it says it's going to be a platform. The grid is a platform. So the bottom right there is our layer that is going to be pretty much, this is what's behind the projector is what I'm getting at. This is what's going to be pretty much in space. This, they're showing what they're going to be using in space within in coalition with the satellites, as well as the what do you call it? Well, yeah, pretty much this is the part where the satellites will be, is what I'm getting at. The cloud of the satellites and the different machinery that's going to be used to operate the second layer of things that are coming. Or should I say in place? The second layer of things that are in place for what is coming, which is the alt air. You see how it even has the beam? See how the alt air has the beam going down? That beam going down pretty much is the projection. This is the pretty much the light show in the background holding the projection in place. The cloud of satellites, the aqua, the aura, the parasol, the was that a Capricorn? Calypso, excuse me. The parasol and the calypso. So the aura, parasol, the calypso, working with the cloud of satellites. So those are helping the chemtrails. They're helping the grid from the chemtrails. You see how they're focused down here. They're working with the satellites. They're offsetting the satellites. They're going to be controlling the hologram. right? Making it solid. Then you have Aqua, who is also beaming down, making sure the other part of the world gets it, right? And then you said the Atlas is beaming the main projection down for the light show. And as you can see here, that white covering right there, that is the actual grid. So like I said, the chemtrails that were laid down the grid is pretty much what you're seeing here. So they've covered the entire part of the world, of certain parts of the world where the projection will be. So that it's shown in, it looks like the face will be looking at you from the middle of the world, literally. Like you can just look outside your window and it's looking directly at you. That's how they want it to look like. But they have different gods of religion that are going to be around the world. That's the other part to this. I think they're going to explain that coming up in this little part right here, but you got to read it. It's going to be different gods shown in different parts of the world. So how like Asia believes in Buddha, we believe in Jesus Christ. We're going to see Jesus Christ. And I remember my brother asked a very interesting question. He said, what do you think Muslims are going to see? Because the true faith is going to know the difference between the fake Allah and a projection of Allah. And I said, that's a very good question. I don't know what Muslims are going to believe. They might be the only people that are actually going to be sane enough to say, wait a minute, something ain't right here. They're probably going to be the only ones. But without getting too sidetracked on that part, side note, Michael Jackson was literally trying to become Muslim before they killed him. That should tell you something. His brother said that, by the way. His brother said that. Said I was trying to get Mike to become Muslim with me, and he was going to join. But they got to him first. Like I said, without getting too tracked off. Anyway, this pretty much is the layout of pretty much the behind the scenes workings of what Project Bluebeam is. Okay, so pay attention. These are the 4 steps of Project Bluebeam. The first step concerns the breakdown of all archaeological knowledge. Okay, so what that refers to is when the voice starts speaking to you, it's going to start letting you know what's fact and fiction, or should I say, it's going to manipulate your brain of what's fact and fiction in reference to archaeological knowledge. Say, for example, Noah's Ark, something like that. Or the cross, the meaning of the cross. Certain things like that will be broken down. Now you see how it has the different color spectrums of the world? That's pretty much it, showing the different, how it's going to use the different coatings of color to make it one nice little spectacle that's seen around the entire globe. So like how we just broke down what the satellite's purpose was and the different machineries that was going to be around, including the Atlas and the Aqua. Pretty much that is what this is representing here in the picture as well. It's going to be it's going to be beaming different color rays of projection to help, again, the hologram be solid. And also shown across different parts of the world in different ways. Into this world we're thrown. Now, this part is very important because there's times where I've been hearing about these earthquakes and I'm like, oh shit, they beta testing it. The ones that are just happening in certain cities like Jamaica's. I mean, not Jamaica's. Yeah, was Jamaica hit with like a crazy hurricane Jamaica got hit with a crazy hurricane. I think there was earthquake was in Thailand. That's what it was, Thailand. The quakes in Thailand and over in the parts of Asia, and then you had the fires and the earthquakes in California. Pretty much, they're beta testing these type of different things, right? These different events where these earthquakes happen, and they're messing with the tectonic plates, right? The tectonic plates that pretty much are already in place in the earth. They're literally manipulating that. Just ding. Imagine someone just tapping it real quick with a pole real quick and going ding, and everything shakes. That's a rough example, a very imaginary rough example of what I'm referring to when I say they're messing with the plates. They're literally just dinging them and causing these earthquakes to rupture the ground and surface to manipulate it, right? Yes, that was the big one I was thinking of, the Haiti earthquake. And then you had the "We are the world, we are the children." Notice that it was trying to make money back off that quick, right? That wasn't for no goddamn save Haiti. That shit was to make money off of order out of chaos. But again, they know how to manipulate the plates to where these earthquakes will go off in various places, which will reveal unusual items which will be used to support their coming lie. So remember, it goes back to that first step, right? This is what that coincides with the first step of the archaeological facts. An earthquake will happen, and all of a sudden Jesus' cross that he was nailed to will come out the ground. It's all. He's returned for real. This is literally meant to fuck Christians up, this rapture.
Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone, riders on the storm. There's a skeleton on the road. His brain is...
The falsification will be used to make the population believe that all religious doctrine has been misunderstood.
burning like a toad. Big A long holiday. Let your children play. If you give this man a ride, sweet family will ride. You're on the road. Yeah.
Okay, so again, showing pretty much another angle of what it was showing, it was displaying in the beginning. Remember what I said in reference to it having being shown all over the world? This is what I'm talking about. This is pretty much the view of how the satellites are going to be able to manipulate it, how it's shown all over the world. Now, this is the part where I'm scared for everybody, because how I read this, so think about the different forms of technology that we have that are regular that we use, right? Our phones. Imagine your phone goes off. Any electronic two-way communication. You see how it says that? So two-way communication is like two-way communication could be this laptop stream, this live stream right here. It's two-way communication. You're seeing me, you're seeing me, you're hearing me. I'm able to view what you guys are saying. That's two-way communication, right? Your phone, two-way communication, able to receive and make communication to something, right? Your TV screen also is a form of two-way communication because you're able to watch it, but as you just heard from the CIA, the shit is able to watch your ass as well. That is a form of two-way communication. Also, it's a form of two-way communication because you can actually program it to do something as well as you watch it, right? It's a form of communication, a form of back and forth communication. You are sending a signal to it. It receives that signal. It transmits something back to you. You send a signal to the TV to watch a certain channel. It transmits that channel and shows it back to you. That's two-way communication. Okay? Clocks do not count in this because that's not a form of two-way communication. It's like electrical. So that's why I was thinking about different electrical appliances. Would they be going off? Like, the only thing that I would think of that is also two-way communication the person would have in their possession would be like Alexa. Something in the form of an Alexa that you could talk to, an iPad, a tablet, right? Things like that. I can already see that happening and those things going off, right? But the third step is telepathic electronic two-way communication, meaning it's the satellite's job also is to fuck with the signal of everything. Literally to fuck with the signal of everything that you own. And it's mainly to grab, again, order out of chaos, to grab your attention to focus on the air show. That's the main goal of it. To scare the fuck out of you so that you pay attention to that. Because what you have in your hand, your phone, you trying to talk to somebody, show them the video or whatever. Yo, look what's going on out here, yo. That ain't going to be able to happen. Do you see this shit, son? You see this? That's not going to be able to happen for you. So that was pretty much what that graph was showing right there, is the frequencies and how they're going to have the different frequencies going around, again, the world. So extra low frequency, very low frequency waves will reach the people on the earth. Now, see, this is the important part here, too. So while all this is going on, right, like I said, we're out of chaos. So you have the earthquakes happening, right? Crosses coming up out of the things, coffins coming up, different archaeological facts. King Solomon's drinking cup shows up somewhere. All of a sudden, your phone starts, Alexa going, your tablet, your kid's tablet going, she's like, mommy, what's going on? My tablet won't work, what's going on? And all of a sudden, you start hearing, Jesus is here. Jesus is here. He's with you. Don't be scared. And then all of a sudden, you see something coming out of the sky with a bright light. You see somebody with a white robe just coming down from the sky. You know it's not just you seeing it, everybody's seeing it. So everybody just coming outside like, oh, what the fuck is this? Yo, it's Jesus, yo. Jesus is back. Majority of people is going to be coming outside like that. I'm telling you. Because they laid down the foundation of what people think is going to happen and how he's going to arrive. And see, the thing is, they could fuck you up and not do this at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. They might pick that time at 3 o'clock in the morning to really fuck you up and do it, because doing it in the daytime, showing a hologram projection, is very difficult to do. But fucking up somebody out of their sleep, a little easier to manipulate the brain that way, don't you think? Similar to how they talked about the guy that Allah visited him in his night before in his cell. Notice how they would easily use the scripture in the Bible that says, no man knows the time, day, or hour that I will arrive. And then all of a sudden it happens at like 3 o'clock in the morning and you really thought Jesus is coming. That's how they plan to do that shit. So like I said, don't expect that shit to happen in the middle of the day while your ass at work. Expect it to happen at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning while you all of a sudden the earthquakes is happening. Earthquakes is happening at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning in your vicinity. You like, what the fuck is happening? Your tablets and phones is going off and shit. The daughter done came in the room. Mommy, help! What the fuck is my tablet going on? All of a sudden, the Alexa does not compute. Alexa does not compute. Urgent. The news start breaking news. Jesus' cross has come out the ground. And a massive earthquake, what people thought was just a regular earthquake, ended up being an archaeological find. Then you walk outside after hearing voices in your head. Jesus is here. Jesus is here. I've come to save you. Don't be worried. Don't be scared. You go outside, see this big giant ass shit coming down the sky. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. Am I dreaming still, nigga? Am I seeing this shit? My neighbors is coming outside. They're like, yo, Jesus is back. He's returned for real in the middle of the night. He telling us all the facts. He really about to save us, y'all. And all of a sudden that shit turned to a goddamn alien Independence Day.
Riders on the storm. Riders on the storm. Into the...
Oh, so he just answered it. Thus Muslims will see Muhammad while Christians will see Christ, and so on. See how I said that too? They'll put Allah in the sky, and that's going to be the key. That's going to be the trigger right there for the Muslims. Because they're going to be like, ain't no way I'm seeing Allah right now. Ain't no way I'm seeing Allah right now. Ain't no. What y'all really doing? Telling you, it's gonna be the Muslims. It's gonna be like, hey, this shit ain't real. They gonna be yelling throughout the country, this shit ain't real.
storm. Into this house we're born. Into this world we're...
All religions, gods, will melt into one God. Jesus will be melted also into the new world religion leader. So that's why I was saying how they're going to project Buddha, Allah, Jesus. They're going to project all of the people that people believe. All the, it's crazy how I even have to say it like this. All the religious heroes that you have been, unfortunately, I have to say it like this, that some people have been programmed to worship. I have to say it like that because those of you that watched the movie with us, Angels and Demons, saw what? That they are literally hiding from the world the falsification of Christianity, and that Christianity was literally a made-up religion to literally program everybody. It was a made-up religion used for a form of control. And a lot of other religions followed that with the same system for the use of control. Now, there are some religions, of course, again, like Muslim, that don't follow those, don't follow the same systematic rules of things that are put in place, if you notice. Muslims, as a lot of people know, Muslims go against the grain on a lot of things. You see New Eyes say, I don't own a TV. That's not saying she's Muslim. I'm just saying certain people practice certain religions to where they go against the grain already. But then there are the regular masses of people that are, think about the people that go to those big $1 million churches that you see on TV. Some of them go just because they know they're going to be seen on TV. Think about that. Some of them ain't going just to say, for example, the word of God. Some of them going to be seen on TV. Think about that. So they're going to pay that preacher that higher dollar amount because of what they believe in with worship, right? Think God worships the root of all evil? I don't think so. And that's the part that people don't like to even talk about with the Christianity. The whole tithes thing, an offering, right? That whole thing. Whereas if you notice, Muslims practice what as far as offering, right? They offer the sacrifice of spirituality, right? Sacrificing something. They're not going to smoke today. They're not going to drink today. Certain sacrifices form of it, right? Nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. Again, one is a controlled religion and programmed worship. The other is a spiritual faith that you are free to have. But the other one is a systematic programmed religion that if you ever say that you're against them, Nicki Minaj, they're killing Christians, they're killing Christians, they're killing... We'll get to her. Because she disappointed me with that shit. But anyway. All religions, gods will melt into one God. Jesus be melted also into new religion. So what's going to happen, in a nutshell, is all of the different religions are going to metamorphose into one person or one entity that they're going to show. Now, imagine how that will be, if you will. Think of Zordon from Power Rangers or some shit. But even better, right? I'll give you a hint. The face in the moon is pretty much what that thing is going to turn into, I think. Or it might even turn into a form of the devil. You might see a giant Satan head. You might see a giant demon head. Literally. And it's going to tell you, hey, it's either my way or you die. Are you going to let me save you? Because all these other religions don't exist. Only I exist. That's what's going to be saying to you. Those other religions don't exist. Only I do. Follow your government. And I will spare you. That's going to talk to y'all. But again, mentally and spiritually, there are, I don't know how many people there are in the world. I guess you could say, how many people in the world? I Google it real quick. How many people in the world? Yeah, how many people are in the world? It says there are over 8.3 billion people. Think about it, that ain't a lot. That ain't a whole lot. It's a lot. But that ain't a whole lot. That's enough to control them. Because I'm already thinking about how 8 million just ain't a lot when one of the Georgia Guidestones says keep humanity under 500 million. Right, you might see P. Diddy in the sky. But go take that. Yeah, take that. You got lots of candles and a good big flashlight. And see, in the apocalypse, you be alright. You be alright. If you can survive with just that flashlight and them candles, you be alright. But there's a lot of people that won't be able to survive. A lot of people won't be able to survive this. Like I said, mentally and spiritually, it's going to fuck a lot of people up, I think. A lot of people. Yeah, over 8 billion people in the world, though. So 8 billion people are going to be witnessing this. 8 billion people are going to be fucked up. Even if 1 billion people are not fooled, there's still 7 billion motherfuckers that are saying, yo, that's real. Fuck what you saying. That's real.
Like a dog without a bone, an actor out alone, riders on the storm.
That image looks so crazy, but I gotta show y'all again too. So it's explaining what that image was, though. Electronic universal supernatural manifestation designed to deceive will create the following illusion. Well, it's gonna be this one for. Well, hold on. Yeah, show it. Hold on.
Riders on the storm.
Okay, so it was right before this, pretty much. Right before this. This is what I was trying to show. Okay, so you see how, again, it has the satellite. Now, that's just a rough guesstimate illustration of how the satellite would be. Of course, we saw a more detailed breakdown of where the satellites were going to be and how they're going to be placed. But in a nutshell, this is the main illustration of what the satellite is projecting down. So as you see Jesus in the middle right there, notice how the grid down there again, these are the chemtrails, the grid layout, right? And you see the different parts of the world. So you have the different continents right here, right? And you notice how he's right in the middle, looking down at all of them, right? From a certain angle. They're going to have another God facing the other way, another God facing this way, another God facing that way, looking at down, again, the different parts of the world. But look how, like I said, they have them placed perfectly in the spot to where it looks like that entity that you believe in is directly looking down at you and individually you. So it's going to be, yes, epic.
Actor out alone, riders on the storm. There's a killer on the road. His brain is squirming like a toad.
So again, it's going to make mankind believe an alien invasion is imminent. So remember in the beginning of the video, she said the extraterrestrial threat. So pretty much, it's going to show Jesus, Buddha, Allah, and everybody. But then it turns into the actual alien. It makes you believe there's an extraterrestrial threat coming to destroy the world.
Take a long holiday. Let your children play.
That's the biggest part of it, making the Christians believe that a rapture is imminent. Because the other part of the hologram that they're not talking about, that he's getting to now, is the fact that they're going to see the rapture. So remember how, perfect example, right? Remember how recently they were joking about Rapture Day? Remember that shit? The week they was like, oh, tomorrow we're going to get raptured. Or tomorrow we're going to get raptured. Did you hear about that? Notice how they started putting that little bullshit trend around? Or we're about to get raptured. Fuck you. Predictive programming. Predictive programming. Getting you ready for that. So that they can make Christians believe the rapture is really happening. Very, very cool documentary, though. Very cool documentary. New Eyes, I'm glad you made me look through that again. Glad you made me look through that again, because I don't know if I did a detailed breakdown of that. I gotta definitely make a video of this. That's definitely gonna make a little video real quick of this. We've been here up 2.5 hours already. All right. Anyway, so speaking of deceiving people, right? Y'all know my thoughts on the Charlie Kirk thing already. Y'all know how I feel about it already, because I'm not the only person that feels about this, right? That feels like he wasn't exactly shot. He wasn't killed. He's not dead. He was definitely taken away, but he ain't dead. And the shooting didn't actually happen. We just saw video footage of it happening. Hell, I've still yet to hear of a motherfucker that said I was there and saw somebody shoot. I've heard. Have y'all? Has any witnesses came forth and said, yo, I saw the gunman. They took him down. I ain't heard nothing like that. Have y'all? Usually we even heard when they get your hand out my pocket. Back when Malcolm got hit, right? Hell, we saw JFK shooter. Nigga, where's the Charlie Kirk shooter? You ain't heard nothing about this nigga since, have you? You ain't heard nothing about this nigga since the 2 weeks of them talking about it. Hell, Luigi ass is even in the public more than this damn Charlie Kirk shooter. What the fuck happened to the Charlie Kirk shooter, huh? The nigga just got off the roof and left. Nigga got off the roof and was supposedly arrested, right? He was supposedly apprehended. I ain't heard from this nigga since. I ain't heard nothing about him since. Damn it. So, again, there's little things. And then the trap door. Like, why the fuck is there a trap door underneath the stage he was sitting at? Like, come on now. Y'all can't, but it's more, y'all can't put, and then the AI videos of the nigga jumping down from the roof. Don't even look like it's real cars in the parking lot. Half of them shits was digitally done. This shit just looked like a badass show. A badass CGI show. One of them shits you see at like 2 o'clock in the morning on Sci-Fi Channel. This shit just look bad. Then you look at the angles of the video of him getting shot, and it looked like his skin popping up all irregular and shit. I'm like, what is this AI bullshit y'all tried to pull off here? You got the nigga playing his day, tapping his shoulder, doing signals in the crowd and shit. You got footage of niggas doing wires and shit on the scene like they prepping for a movie production. Like, I'm tired of, listen, that's what I said. You ain't gonna fool me with this shit. You ain't gonna keep pulling the wool over people's eyes. I'm gonna tell the truth. Damn it. And then here come Candace Owens. They shot my friend. They murdered him in front of us. Then she goes sit down with Erica Kirk. Oh, my bad. Candace quiet as a church mouse, ain't she now? You don't hear shit since that private sit down with Erica Kirk. Sat her ass down with Erica Kirk. Erica sat her ass down. Said, listen, shut the fuck up. Charlie not dead. Here, you want to talk to him on FaceTime? Look, the nigga in Israel. Here, talk to him. Talk to him. Motherfucker, talk to him. Gave her the phone. She sees Charlie Kirk. They reminisce. I thought you were dead, man. I thought they got you. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. I overreacted. I wasn't there, man. I wasn't there. I didn't know. So she found out, of course, Charlie Kirk is just somewhere hiding in an Israeli base. They've been talking about that for the past couple of weeks now. he's not there's a possibility that he's not dead. Similar to Epstein. Like they got these niggas in the Israeli base far away. Far away. But she probably saw him and said, all right, I'll shut up now. I'll shut up. I'll leave it alone. I know he live. I know he good. Remember, she is an Israeli agent herself gone rogue because she thought her friend got killed in front of her. And the whole time it was a psyop. The whole time it was a fucking psyop. She like, yo, all right, I'll be quiet now. I'll be quiet. But now you got Miss Nicki Minaj up here who is trying to, for lack of better terms, funny how Waka Flocka's ex said something to Tammy Rivera. She said bootlicker. Some shit. Called Nicki a bootlicker. So that's ain't no different than me called a house nigga. That's pretty much like the you saw the Django, right? Rough example of what I'm saying with slaves back in the day. People this is for those that don't know. It was a term pretty much to say that you were catering to the whites. You were catering to the whites. You were kissing up to them. You were trying to stay in their good graces so that they feed you better, clothe you better, treat you better, this and the third, all because you are worshiping them, right? That's pretty much what they're saying Nicki is doing right now. What Nicki is actually doing, she's not just kissing up to the white man. That's not what Nicki is doing. Okay, what Nicki is doing is giving herself protection with Israel. She is trying to gain protection. Why is she trying to gain protection? Is because she know Rock Nation is at the her ass. That whole shit where they were trying to seize the house over less than $1 million, multi-million-dollar fucking house, and you trying to seize my shit for less than $700,000. Suck my. Notice how all of a sudden after that house was about to get seized up is, yo, I'm for Donald Trump. I think he's all right. That guy's all right, you know. He advocates for Christians. I need to go up there and talk to him. For the Christians. Sit your ass down, Nicki. And I was fucking with you. You pissed me off when I saw that. I was like, all right, you're going to sit down and talk about, politics, and you like to save the Christians. Even though that was, again, a very misconstrued, because it made it seem like it was just Christians and it was all different types of people that were being persecuted. It wasn't just the goddamn Christians. It was Muslims, it was Christians, it was every fucking body. It was multiple types of people that were being persecuted and killed for absolutely no reason. And you just stopped it at fucking Christians. That part was like, but again, catering to an agenda. That's basically what it is. You're catering to an agenda. So with her catering to an agenda to gain protection, I already saw what the play was for Nicki. I was like, oh, I get it. She's scared now because she sees, again, she done cashed, what's the term? Made checks with her mouth, her ass can't cash. Is that the term? May have the other way around, but you know what I'm talking about. Pretty much, she has said so much about Rock Nation that Rock Nation has flexed their power to her. Gave her a chest bump and said, hey, calmate, calm your nerves. Relax. Till we actually have something done to you. So now she's trying to gain protection from the administration, because she knows Jay is not tight with the Trump administration whatsoever. She knows that for a fact, right? And she probably knows his other bigger ops as far as the elites go, to even say, okay, I need to affiliate myself with the Trump administration. If not, my life and my family could be in potential danger, and there is nobody that is going to be able to help me in this situation that is of a certain stature of power like Trump administration, for example, to her. She needs one side of the elites to battle the other. She can't do it herself. She can't do it herself. But I wanted to take a look at, this interview here. Why not? Why not?
So those of you who know, Charlie was very good about having a surprise for every AmFest. And we are so blessed to have you. We are so grateful. I mean...
Thank you. I'm honored to be here.
Yeah, all right. Also, I didn't mean to take that down. But if you guys would like to help me out as well this week, I would greatly appreciate it. If you would help me out with getting back and forth to work again, that's what this really goes to, as well as investing in the pod to make things. You see, I got better lighting. I'm trying to at least make it look better in here. You can't really see that thing too good, but eventually I'll have a dimmer light so you guys can see it. But if you guys would like to help me out and donate to the pod, the Cash App is there on the left hand side of the screen. It is Chill Mary 1. I also wanted to put if anybody, because I remember somebody asked me here before, it wasn't just New Eyes. A couple people actually asked me for the PayPal. So, and I'm going to put that in the screen eventually, but that is the PayPal. And this is the Cash App. That way it's at least both of them are there. Because like I said, somebody had asked me about using the pay. A couple people asked me about using the PayPal before. So again, like I said, I have the same goal I have every week. I have the same small goal I have every week. It's a very small goal, but I do that because I'm a small time podcaster. I do a $50 a week goal. I just try to meet it so I can, like I said, do what I need to do as far as getting back and forth to work. That's literally it. But let us get back to the interview.
I am honored to be here. Thank you for having me.
Love you guys. So we're just going to dive right into this. You had some fun words for Governor Newsom. I have to read these tweets because they're amazing and they are so funny. Okay, first one, we'll do this one. Unless you want to read it in your own voice. I think it'd be really great. Okay.
Oh, Gavy Poo, it only gets worse from here for you, buddy. It's the end of the road for you, my love. Get on the nearest jet ski and let that beautiful hair blow in the wind. It'll make you happier than this race that you will not win. Enjoy life. Peace.
Okay. One more.
Why not? Imagine being the guy running on wanting to see trans kids. Haha, not even a trans adult would run on that. Normal adults wake up and think they want to see healthy, safe, happy kids. Not Gav, the Gav nots. Gav not in, Gav out. Send in the next guy, I'm bored.
So I'm just gonna let you riff. Like, I want you to say whatever you want to say to Mr. Newsom.
Dear Newscomb, we don't have a problem cleaning up the scum if we have to. Please tread lightly. That's what I would say to Gavi Poo.
So, with regard to the current administration, what has been maybe the biggest surprise for you, or something that you just really has been put on your heart that you've learned about our president and our vice president?
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win, and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. He's from Queens, New York, like me. So, but what it's shown me personally is sometimes, you know, even in the worst feeling times in your life, you think that you're never gonna come back from it. But you do. And our president shows that. He's been through every single thing a person could be through publicly. Having to constantly be lied on. It's not really that funny. Until you are in that person's shoes that's being lied on, you'll never understand what it feels like. That person is a human being. They have a family who has to read those lies. And that's not, and it's just not fair. But this administration is full of people with heart and soul.
I know good and goddamn well you ain't just say that. This is what pissed me off with Nikki. I know good and goddamn well you ain't just say that about Trump. As racist and prejudiced as this nigga is, loud and publicly, I know that them words ain't just come out your mouth, Nikki. Oh my God, she disappointed me with this one. She really disappointed me with this shit.
And they make me proud of them. Our vice president, he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're one of us. Like, I know that they're not, don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world.
My Star, what's going on? Yes, desperate. Oh my goodness. They are one of us. The word she is using, like, this ain't coming from a teleprompter. It is like, I would hope it's not. But the way she's pausing her words make it seem like there's an earpiece telling her to say these shit, because ain't no way in hell she's saying this in her heart.
With the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
So why now have you been involved with speaking about politics? What was kind of the turning point for you? Yeah.
What was the turning point? Well, I just got tired of being pushed around, Yeah. Sometimes you.
See, and I'm gonna let her finish, but Beyonce had the greatest. No, stop. Reason why she's even, I'm noticing what she's doing. This is negotiation tactics. This is literally negotiation tactics. And see how the truth came out now? I got tired of being pushed around. Pushed around by who? Pushed around by who? We know who you talking about. This is why I mentioned Rock Nation at the beginning. You felt threatened. Let me tell you something. You felt like you're being pushed around. Pushed around by who? Who pushing you around, Nikki? This is your form of, I need to negotiate and do a favor. So your favor for the Trump administration and your protection, in favor, you go up here and do this. This is how you show your favor to us. By you going up here and doing this, in the same black people that advocate for you, see you doing this, maybe we'll get some more black voters or whatever have you, or more minority voters, however have you put it. That's what they're doing for this. They want Nikki to look like she's pretty much the turning coat. That's what this is. So I peep game on it. Already. But just how she's even saying right now, I feel like I just got tired of being pushed around.
Just get tired of it, and then you realize, wait a minute, I have something inside of me that's stronger than what's out there. That's right. So when you've had enough, you realize, wait a minute, why do I even care about these people and what they think? Who are they? They don't even know who they are. So I'm not going to back down anymore. I'm not going to back down ever again.
Amen.
And what the fuck did that have to do with politics? Somebody explain to me not a damn thing that she said just now. That was a very Trump-like explanation, I'll tell you that. That was a very Freemason. That was a very Trump explanation she gave. Because she ain't mentioned shit as far as what she asked her. She ain't mentioned a fucking thing. She said, what made you turn to politics? I just got tired of being pushed around. You know? And something inside of me said, I'm bigger than you. I'm much bigger than you. I'm not scared of you. I got people that got my back. That's how Nikki sounded to me. This shit so cool to read.
Can the students in the room raise your hand? Wow. This question is for you guys. So you guys are very courageous and bold on your campus. Nikki, I know our students feel this way, but why do you think speaking your mind has become so controversial?
Because people no longer are using their minds, their brains. So right now, just imagine we're not allowed to have a different opinion anymore. We're not allowed to think out loud anymore. We're not, this is not what the world used to feel like. And especially for the young people, I don't want them growing up in a world where they feel like that. They deserve for their voices to be heard. They have valid feelings and they're thinking about things, and it deserves attention. You know, we should listen to what they're saying. And if you're growing up in a world that tells you it's taboo to say something that the masses don't agree with, that's not okay. And we're not gonna have it. And I love this. You know, it's giving the younger people confidence that they will need later on in life. You guys will need it. and you will have it. So I'm rooting for you.
Amen. Amen. Again, Charlie would always say, it really does not take skill to be courageous. It takes a choice. It takes a decision. And I want to say again, thank you for coming and being courageous and being able to share your heart with us. And the reason why that also holds true sentiment-wise is because I know that you are getting a lot of backlash from your own industry. What is your reaction to that?
I didn't notice.
Amen. I feel the same way. When people are like, what do you think about them? I'm like, I don't think about them.
Bingo. We don't even think about them.
We don't have time to. We're too busy building, right?
Yeah, we're the cool kids.
Okay.
The subtle shot at Nikki there. The subtle shot at Cardi there.
People, they're the ones who are still just disgruntled, but really they're just disgruntled with themselves. They are angry with themselves, you guys. So you can't wake up and think about somebody who is determined to just stay mad. I literally tell them, stay mad.
Amen.
Stay mad. Because we're going to stay joyful, and peaceful, and iconic, and smart, and we're going to stay thinkers. In a world that doesn't want us to think, we will think.
In other words, Nikki, I think what you're trying to say is,
Robert, stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing. Robert. I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
I think that's what she's trying to say up there.
By ourselves, on our own, we will continue to think.
This is something I know that's really important to you and on your heart. And I personally want to know what inspired you to speak out for the Christians that are being slaughtered in Nigeria.
Well, and that brings me back to our great president and this administration and our great country. That we take for granted that there right now in this world are people who cannot worship God as they please, where they please. We take it for granted because we have it. We can't even imagine not having that right. But every time we pray and fellowship, we have to remember the people that are right now in this world hiding to pray and fellowship. And we have to pray for them. And first of all, Nigeria is a place I've always loved. Someone very dear to me, my pastor, is Nigerian. I have lots of Nigerian barbs. And so hearing that people are being kidnapped, and while they're in church, people are being kidnapped, people are being killed, brutalized, all because of their religion. And that should spark outrage in the great America. And that's what it did. And again, we're not backing down anymore. We are not going to be silenced wherever they are in this world.
I didn't do this stuff. Amen. This is not me. I'm fighting for my life.
Amen. I don't know if you can see this at home, but she is getting a ton of standing ovations.
I love you guys so much. Thank you guys.
So going along that thread, can you tell us about your relationship with God? Because I think a lot of us want to hear.
Sure. Well, my relationship with God started, well, when I was a toddler in Trinidad. My grandmother, if things got spicy in the house, like if the kids and grandkids were arguing or fighting, she would make all the little kids go in her room and make us say and say a prayer. So later on in my life, well, not much later, when I was like 10, 11, 12, I started going to church in New York. And it changed everything. It changed my life for the better because I was going every week. I was hearing the word of God be preached. And then I was going home and I was applying it to my life. Even as a little girl, I learned how to pray very early. I always had this faith that made people think, you know, the kind of faith that you think a person is crazy, like, oh, please, like, you know. But I had that faith instinctively once I started hearing about God and, you know, just getting more into the Bible. I got baptized when I was about, yep, amen. I got baptized when I was about 13. I got baptized. And I have just always applied those teachings to my life. I try to. And that's the thing. We're not perfect. We try. Sometimes I would wake up and feel so far removed from, not God, but from fellowship. You know, I was like, oh my God, I used to go to church on Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday every week, like literally 3 days out of the week. And then later on in your life, you become busy and you start thinking, oh, well, you know, God is in my heart and, you know, but then sometimes you can be in an industry as well that pulls you away even more. So lately, I've been feeling like, you know, like if you haven't seen a long-lost best friend for, you know, for a long time and then you bump into them again, that's how it's been feeling for me, like just going back to God and praying and talking to him. And, you know, and he said to me, where were you? Where have you been? I've been waiting on you. And since that moment that God had that conversation with me, I've been in such a better space because now it's just, I'm thinking about, is God pleased with this? Not if the bullies and uglies are pleased, but if God is pleased. And when you have that personal relationship with God, guess what? Even in school, he's there. Wherever you are and whenever you need it, you have something that you can tap into immediately. It's immediate. You don't have to leave a message. He's not going to call you back. He's there immediately. As soon as you call on him, on the first ring, he's going to answer. And I want you guys to remember that. You're young, and first of all, I want to say, I'm proud of you guys. This is a major, to be so young, for you guys that are in college, to be so young and to care this much, this early in your life, it tells us how smart you are, and it tells us that there's hope for our future. So God bless you. Congratulations, you guys. You're amazing. Congratulations, you guys are amazing, okay? Know it, feel it. Yes, yes. Proudly, be it proudly. Be who you are proudly.
Amen.
Yes.
So what have you, I mean, you're an amazing mother.
Thank you.
What have you seen that has been a struggle for young women today? And then also, since both of us have little boys, I would love for you to also talk about the male side of that question as well.
Okay, well, something that I've noticed recently is that for little girls, I think that no matter how you look, we should be trying to instill into them to be proud of how they look. Recently, in the media, it's almost been like a push to, it's not just making young black children feel proud of themselves, but it's almost like doing that and at the same time telling other children not to be proud of themselves. And I don't want any child feeling that way. If as black women, we felt that we were not being represented and not being admired for our beauty, if we felt like that as black women, why would we want to do that to other women? Amen. Why would we now need to make other people downplay their beauty so that we can feel, no, that's not how it works. I don't need some.
You was just calling somebody kid a monkey. I don't want to hear that shit, Nikki. You was just calling somebody else kid ugly and a monkey.
Someone with blonde hair and blue eyes to downplay their beauty because I know my beauty. Do you understand? It doesn't bother me that a woman feels and says that she's beautiful. Amen. Why shouldn't she feel that? Why have we gotten to a point where certain colors or certain kinds of people have to be afraid of loving themselves and loving the way they look? Mm-hmm. Like, isn't that wild? Yeah. And so for little girls, I don't want what was done to little black girls done to little white girls. I don't want it done to any girls. I want all the little girls in the world to know that you are unique, you are beautiful, you are you, and you can compliment another girl, you can compliment another woman and still know that you are epic and amazing. So that's what I would say about for the girls. And I know the older...
Oh, and trust and believe, when I make the video to this, I'm going to even make a short for this one again, because I'm going to put up the tweets. I'm going to put up the actual pictures of the tweets of her ass calling Nick Cardi kids ugly and all type of shit while she's saying this. I'm going to put that up in front of while she's saying this, because ain't no fucking way she is up here saying this shit after just doing that less than 2 weeks ago.
My adults understand clearly where I'm going with that, where I'm getting, you know, I don't like that. I don't like people making other people feel badly about themselves in any way. We need to nurture young girls. Yes, whether they are black, white, Asian, Hispanic, they still need to be nurtured. They cannot continue to pay for other people's sins. They haven't done anything wrong.
Amen. And what do you think about for young men? For young men.
And for young men, don't be new scum. Yes, see, dear young men, you have amazing role models.
I can't believe this.
Like our handsome, dashing president.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
And you have amazing role models like the assassin J.D. Vance, our vice president. And when I say that,
Hold on. Guys, chat. Y'all seen this. Y'all see that. You see it in 4K. Okay? And you hear it. She called J.D. Vance the assassin, the vice president. But let's not forget that. She's an actual rapper with a pen that creates punchlines, okay? This moment right here that just happened, J.D. Vance, the assassin. You literally just said who replaced Charlie Kirk. You just said it. Everybody, listen, it's not a shocking or new fact that Erica Kirk has been seen looking googly-eyed at J.D. Vance, being all hugged up with him in different places since the passing of Charlie Kirk, in that she said Charlie Kirk would want her to move on. Listen. Okay? This whole... So 5 seconds it just happened in J.D. Vance, the assassin. Ooh. That whole thing right there. And their faces say it all. Their fucking faces say it all. Because even Nikki covering her damn mouth like, oh shit, did I just say that? Did I just say that? I try to cover it up, but oh shit, did I just say that? Yeah.
Trust me, there's nothing new under the sun that I have not heard, so you're fine. Yes, we did. I love you. I love you. You have to laugh about it, truly. I have been called every...
That, again, the little subtle moments, right there. Where even she's like, I love you, Nikki, and Nikki ain't saying shit back. Nikki ain't saying shit. She's just looking at her like, bitch, really? You gonna do that? Don't lie to me now. Don't be up here lying to me now. Don't do that to me now. In the crowd, even chuckling in, the hecklers. Yo, that man.
Single thing, and you know what? God is so good, you let it roll right off your back. And this is what's so beautiful about this moment.
You let it roll right off your back. Yo, the little thing, I mean all respect when I say this. The way women clap back at each other in person is on another level. The way women are able to positively smack the shit out of each other and diss each other in public like that, the level of sarcasm that y'all have is 9,000. It is max. Y'all have level 9,000 sarcasm grandmastered, okay? Because the way these two just now just did that, oh my goodness.
Because if the internet wants to clip it, who cares? I love this woman. She's an amazing woman. She has a soul and a heart for the Lord. And words are words, but I know her heart, and it doesn't even matter. And you say what you want to say because
she had to clean it up. She had to clean it up. She had to with the broom real quick, like the mosey this one along.
I know your heart. I will not judge that.
Sister. Thank you. For boys, be boys.
Amen.
Be boys. It's okay. Be boys. It's nothing wrong with being a boy.
Amen.
How about that?
Amen.
How powerful is that? How profound is that?
Nothing wrong with being a boy. Oh my God. Again, do not fuck with a rapper. Okay? She know what the military really do. She know what the Trump administration really about. She knows a bunch of pedophiles there. Allegedly. She know. So that little subliminal right there, it's okay to be a boy. Just think about the little celebrities that the little celebrity boys that were forced to be grown men before they were supposed to be, and then how the military is even had to use the MK Ultra on these little boys and even other ways of turning them gay, preying on them, sex trafficking. The little things, not even the little things. I should say the different things. The different avenues of what she just said. That's what she was doing that for just now. That was clean. That was a clean jab back.
Amen.
Boys will be boys, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's what I want to say.
What's something the media and the world in general misunderstands about you?
Oh, I think people think maybe that I'm mean, or, maybe when you have a strong presence as a woman, it's easy to just box you into one box, like one category of mean or other words.
They want to put you in a box to be able to label you what they want you to be, but you're so much more than that.
Because you intimidate them, and they want to find something. And if they can't find something, they'll make something up.
They will.
And so they'll put a label on you. But, it doesn't, what people misunderstand about me now, I don't care about it. I really don't. In fact, I love that they misunderstand me now.
I do too, because it shows that you're not a part of this world. Someone once told me, do not be surprised when the world acts like the world. And I held on to that so much, because even being in this role now, they're trying to figure me out. Okay, enjoy. I am who I am. There's nothing to hide. And I know you feel the same way when people misunderstand you, and you're like, okay, well, I have an audience of one. Well, now I have an audience of two, but I have an audience in heaven, and I know the Lord knows me, Lord knows you, and he put everything in you to be able to make a difference in this world. Likewise to all of you students and everyone else here. And to go into that further, I know that and I'll end on this, I know that a lot of you guys have been hearing about, we are doing this for Charlie, and we're doing this for his legacy, but we're also doing it because each and every one of you guys have a legacy. And I want you guys, when you leave this conference, to take something with you. And when it gets tough out there, I want you to hold with you a word. It could be anything. For me, it's Charlie. But for you guys, it could be, I don't know, refocus, family, children, future, something. Hold that word in your heart so that when you go back out into the world and you have someone screaming in your face, someone spitting in your face, someone flipping your table on campus, someone making fun of you because you're...
I still don't, like I said, I still don't get the actual purpose of Erica's purpose of wanting to bring Nicki Minaj on, other than, like I said, I know Nicki's doing this for a negotiation of favor. Like I said, I just don't get what their angle of what they were supposed to be talking about was. That's why this happened to be so freestyle, unfortunately. You can tell this was very free. Even on Nicki's part, she didn't know what the fuck she was going to be asked. She didn't even have shit ready. She barely even had her segment ready as far as response goes. So this was very freestyle, but hilariously funny as well. This was I like the cattiness of it. I love the cattiness of it. I'm noticing too certain things that, okay, so similar to what happened to Where was it at? Similar to what happened with Boom Bap when he said when he put a prayer up, right, and saying that people need to repent. I noticed it didn't come up in the chat box as far as the actual chat that comes up on YouTube and my desktop, right? But then when I look at my chat box, like if I was on Twitch, I noticed like the live chat box that you could actually see, right? So I know some of y'all see on the screen was there, right? Like Boom Bap's about repent. That's actually there. You can see it on your TV screen on YouTube. But I'm noticing like this bottom part right here. Whoever's saying this, I can't see. I can't see their name, but something 420. I'm trying to figure out what you're referring to. I'm trying to figure out what you referred to, what you're talking about. But yeah, it's funny how the stuff that gets cut out that can't make the chat because of whatever guidelines. It's crazy how it does it in the form of Twitch chat on the chat box. So it's like it's uncensored on the chat box, but like when you look on, if you was to look on your YouTube chat in the phone right now, you can't see that message. That's the crazy part. Because I'm sitting here looking for it. I'm like, all right, what is that actually saying? But yeah, I just thought that was kind of crazy how I was noticing that. Anyway, again, with these two, the cattiness was hilarious. Absolute hilariousness. And again, just have to notice that Nikki is doing this for a favor. She's doing this for a favor as far as protection. She wants protection from the administration because she is scared of Rock Nation. She needs protection because she doesn't have elite protection the way she thought she did. So this is her form of doing a favor for a favor. Her doing this. I know, like I said, it was just so left field. I was like, what could her angle possibly be with this? And I was like, oh, it's a chess move. It's a chess move. You go here, I go there. Now, your move. Now you see what I can possibly do. Your move. This is a loud move. It's not a silent. That's the thing about who she's playing with. They make silent chess moves. This was a loud chess move. This is I can see where you're going with this chess move. And if you know about chess, or any game in particular, right? If you can already know what the person is doing, can't you do a counter already? So this is a very loud move here that she's doing. That could or could not turn out good in her favor. And in most cases with this particular administration that she's choosing to get protection from, it might not turn out good in her favor. It could, but it might also not. The main reason it could is because of the underlying, if you will, the underlying problems and issues between Rock Nation and Trump administration. There's that. And then there's, it could not go her way, as in the Trump administration doesn't want to necessarily help protect her. Instead, might help even remove because it would be easier to. That's what I'm saying. It's where it can work to where she gets the protection. But then again, like I said, it's a very loud move. Right. That's what I'm saying. You gotta be careful with who you're actually doing this. This is your deal with the devil. Literally, this is an open deal with the devil. Even down to the red stage. She's literally making the deal with the devil on stage. I don't feel like it is either. That's the thing. I don't feel like it's going to work either. But Like I said, the main reason is because it's such a loud chess move that if I see this move and I have any type of counter in my, in my arsenal, I'm going to now use it and see if I can, prick something out. If I can prick an extra move out of you to see it further along. You know how you play, Wheel of Fortune, where you just keep guessing this letter, guessing that letter. Eventually, you get the whole big spectrum, the whole big picture, right? That could be done here with this particular chess move that she's done. Because now all Jay would have to do is say, okay, let me just spin the wheel real quick and see what I land on. Okay, I got a little bit of, okay, now I'm going to see what this picture's supposed to, Like I said, it's such a loud chess move that if she doesn't move quick enough with the next move, this one could be the fatal blow off the counter. Because a counter punch always hits harder than a direct punch. Remember that. Everyone knows the counter punch hits harder than the direct punch. The direct punch is just you throwing a direct shot. The counter punch is the shit that you didn't expect to hit your ass. No, I don't think she does. I don't think she does either. And that might be why she's doing what she's doing. That might be also why she's doing what she's doing. It's a very big possibility of why it's, like I said, it's either I do this now or I won't be able to later type of thing. But what is interesting, right? This is a mess. I'm going to let it play real quick, too. So I wonder if she got the Charlie Kirk yet. How she feels about Charlie Kirk.
You're conservative, someone making fun of you because you love the Lord. Say that word to yourself, out loud or internally, to refocus your brain and your heart and your soul, to know that you're about something so much bigger and greater. The legacy with Turning Point USA, yes, but also for yourself. And so, Nikki, I want to ask you in closing, what is something that you want to leave as a legacy in this world for your family, for your baby, for just everything?
Well,
interesting choice of questioning, given what New Eyes just said.
That it's okay to change your mind. Yeah. It's okay to change your mind. You don't have to, sometimes there's a lot of things projected onto you when you change your own mind. They project fear, shame, onto people who don't think and do as they think and do. But I've traveled the world.
What question? She said, what do you want to leave behind? What do you want to leave behind in your legacy? As if you're saying, what would you write in your will? And you said that she doesn't have long to live. So I'm like, oh, that's an interesting line of question that she just asked. What would you leave behind? What would you leave behind in your legacy?
World. I've performed for huge crowds all around the world. And no matter how many songs I do on that stage, it didn't mean as much as this. Because this is a direct link for younger people. This is a direct link between young people and God. And there's been a lack of that. There's been a lack of that in our media, in our everyday conversations. People have been, interestingly enough, people have been even Christians have been being persecuted right here in our country in different ways. So when we talk about Nigeria and other countries, know that prior administrations saw nothing wrong with that. And that's what was wrong with them.
Damn, Nikki, why Biden gotta catch a stray? He can't walk as it is. Why he gotta catch a stray bullet?
I truly feel that there are people out there who felt good about chastising Christians right here in our country. And it's kind of really, really sick. We can't let people like that be in power, you guys. That's the truth. I can sugarcoat it and laugh and kiki, but the truth is, I am here today to tell you guys that. We absolutely cannot let people who have a problem with us worshiping God, we cannot have them in power. We cannot have them in power. All you have to do is look at what is happening in other places in the world. Look at what is being done to Christians all around the world. And ask yourself why people in this country that were in positions of power felt so comfortable to try to take our voices from us. They were that afraid. They are that intimidated. They are that insecure. They are that small inside that hearing us and seeing us worship God irritated them. Our spirit irritates them because when we speak, they get shown up. When the truth walks in the room, the lies hide. They don't come out willingly. You gotta pry it out of them. They hide because they don't want you or anyone to know who they really are behind closed doors, because even they know how evil it is to try to deprive people of worshiping God.
Amen. We love you. Nicki Minaj.
Thank you, guys. My darling, thank you for having me.
That is funny as hell. That is funny as hell. This is an Oprah on Vlad TV interview. I'm crying. Yo. This was a spectacle. This was a spectacle. Like I said, I get the move. I get what Nikki's trying to do. I get what you're trying to do, Nikki. I hear you loud and clear. But be careful when making such deals with the devil. That's all I got to say about it. Be careful with making these deals with the devil. Because even like the rapper that you going against said, dance with the devil. I pray to God I ain't got 2 left feet. That's basically what you're doing right now. You better hope you ain't got 2 left feet. Both the motherfuckers better dance right. Okay. Interesting enough that this was about Charlie Kirk, right? Was why she was up there. She was up there for Charlie Kirk, right? A Charlie Kirk event with Erica Kirk. Interesting enough, video has resurfaced now of what Charlie Kirk thinks about her. Listen to what Charlie Kirk thinks about her.
Black culture is being held captive by influences, songs,
Which
and role
influences?
models. I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't. The role models of the 1940s and 50s for black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? What values are they putting forward? It's the question of, for example, more times than not, black politicians will...
What name did you say, Charlie Kirk? I ain't hear you.
Black culture is being held captive by influences, songs,
Which
and role models.
influences?
Yeah, say it again.
I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't. The role models of the 1940s and 50s for black America were completely different.
So it is
Oh, they were? You don't think they... You continue.
a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's black culture is being held captive by influences, songs,
Which
and role models.
influences?
I mean, Nicki Minaj, Cardi B.
Okay, Nicki Minaj is causing dads to leave the home.
Hold on a second. I don't think that's a good role model for 18-year-old black girls. I don't. The role models of the 1940s and 50s for black America were completely different.
So it is a representation issue.
Hold on a second. No, not representation. It's who do you get your art from? What values are they putting forward? It's the question of, for example, more times than not, black politicians will lament the condition of America. It's systemically racist. It's terrible. What does that do to a 14-year-old black kid if you just find that you hear that everything is rigged against you? Instead, they should be saying, hey, there might be some barriers, but if you believe in yourself enough, you can achieve in this country. It creates a form of social conditioning of low expectations, and that's not my argument. You know whose argument that is? Barack Obama's.
I mean, you heard how the man felt about Nicki Minaj. I ain't have to say it. You heard it. He don't think she a good role model for young black women. Not at all. Her and Cardi B don't think neither one of them role models. But you up there advocating with his wife. For Charlie Kirk. And Charlie Kirk didn't really give a fuck about you at all. Didn't give two fucks about you. But this is what happened when you dance for him. You didn't know who you was dancing for. That's what they think of you already. Meanwhile, you saying all this courageous shit about the president and, you know, the Trump administration and, you know, what Charlie Kirk stand for. Charlie Kirk can give a fuck about you. You heard it. Charlie Kirk just said, I don't think Nicki Minaj and Cardi B are good role models. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah. Tap dance up there. Or you want to, Nikki. It could work for what you were trying to get it to work for, as far as getting, like I said, the protection that you need from Rock Nation, from the administration. But hey, again, you are dancing with the devil. Made a deal with him. Godspeed. Godspeed. Okay. We approaching the 4-hour mark, aren't we? All right. So, another thing I stumbled across. This is something I stumbled across. Couldn't believe what I stumbled across, though. I'll be very honest. I could. Where's the article at? God damn it. Oh. I can close up these other ones up here. I can close these other ones. Oh, before I get, matter of fact, I might as well show it real quick. So just to bring it back, rewind real quick. Remember we was talking about the TikToker. His name was Andrew Dawson. Mysterious giant entity was filmed on top of the mountain after this video was taken shortly after Andrew Dawson was announced deceased. This is British Columbia, Canada, 2022.
What is it? It's a person, dude. What is it? It's a person, dude. No, seriously, pull over, pull over. Okay, I'm gonna use this as a tripod to try to keep it steady for you guys. And it's not even there anymore, too. That's where it was yesterday. There's a person standing there. No, it's not. Dude, have you seen what I've seen right now? I spoke to some locals and it comes and goes apparently. I don't know.
It comes and goes.
See, that's me trying to keep it super steady with something. There we go. Do you know how hard it is to keep it steady when zoomed in all the way?
Now look what's up there. Military posts. Just that quick.
What is that?
The next day a military post is there.
That was not there yesterday. What's going on?
Road's closed. Turn around.
Really?
Yeah, man. Just turn around, please.
Oh, okay. Have a good night, man. So that was fucked up. So they're extracting something out of here. There's 2 helicopters. What the fuck? What the fuck is
This is all Andrew Dawson's footage.
Yeah, it's not my window. I'll show you. Go over here.
He filmed all of this in a matter of like a week or two.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment.
Now when this damn,
I just needed to give you a quick update. You might not see me post.
I wanted to pause it real quick. So when he was doing this, right?
You might not.
When he was doing this, everybody was saying that this looked like it was a deep fake. It couldn't be him. And the other thing we wanted to point out was him looking away.
Sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update.
I'll bring it back real quick. Was him doing the look away.
Sorry to disappoint you guys, but all of the
With this right here. As if he was, and you can even see in the shadow right here, that isn't a part of him standing here. It looks like there's someone telling him and coercing him into saying what he's saying. A lot of people pointed out. As if someone was intimidating him to say this and make this video on the spot. Just so he would, have something to say like, hey, all those videos were fake, this, that, and the third. I made it up. The military pretty much got to him. FBI, CIA, whoever, they got to him. That was who told him to turn around. They even found him.
All the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just
You saw that, right? You saw how his eyes blinked to the right?
Posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. All the videos that I posted were scripted. They're just fake. They were just strictly for entertainment. Sorry to disappoint you guys. I just needed to give you a quick update. You might not see me post ever again. My videos weren't fake.
See, he said they weren't fake. But then he goes outside.
That's the same vehicle from. Hey!
An unmarked Charger. Rest in peace, Andrew Dawson. So sad. So sad what happens when you try to just spread the truth. And they said this is the location where he was last seen. Or where he last filmed that place. Has anyone heard of Andrew Dawson, the TikTok guy that disappeared after posting that he's seen a giant on the mountain? A couple days later, there were helicopters flying near that area. Then the next day, a building popped up in the same spot out of nowhere. Then, of course, the guy went missing, so the tall figure never appears again in his videos. Always just a building with two antennas. This is current Google map of the very location. Clearly a giant man right. He's right. He's right. It's right there. Looks like he's towering over a building. Rest in peace, Andrew Dawson. Now, in other news, AI singer, am I saying this right? Janaya Monet? Yeah, Janaya Monet hits back at Kalani and Jermaine Dupri on a diss song. So remember Janaya Monet, the I think Grammy nominated now, they said? Billboard charts, everything. The lady that, created Janaya Monet, the AI figure, the computer. Well, that computer made a diss song to Kehlani and Jermaine Dupri. Would you like to hear it? It's kind of funny, actually. It's kind of funny. Hold on. Scooby-Doo, where are you?
You could have reached out, we could have shown love, but you chose ego instead of lifting me up. And it's sad, cause this industry cold, but you colder when your heart turns old. So say my name with respect, cause everything you ain't expect. I didn't ask for the fame or the hype, didn't ask to be the one folks like. But if my words cut deep and make change, if my truth helps somebody through pain, then keep talking, baby, run your mouth, but put some respect on my name now.
Janaya Monet with the diss song. Man, my nigga Jesus and Meryl say, get that shit the fuck out of here. Get that shit the fuck up out of here. Get that shit the fuck out of here. Real musicians spoke on this shit. Kehlani and Jermaine Dupri spoke on this shit. Man, get that shit out of here. See, the thing is, if they was to actually make a record together now and diss the AI record back, it would only make the shit more popular than what it needs to be already. That's the unfortunate thing. Because now that Kehlani and Jermaine Dupri have even dissed Janaya Monet, now people are even looking back on what those songs are. But I hope there's more backlash and negativity than anything, because like I said, these songs are like on Billboard. Like that, how was I supposed to know record is a Billboard hit for her, or the thing, whatever you want to call it. So again, is making a diss record a good thing in, Kehlani and Jermaine Dupri's favor? I don't think so. Making another diss song back. They've already said their piece, which is the heavier part, right? Is the fact that they can physically say something. Janiyah Monáe can't physically say shit without the owner computing it and putting it in as a response. You know what I mean? So how do you really feel about it? You know what I mean? How does the owner really feel about it? Or are you just writing these lyrics for the AI bot to sing it because you can't really sing? That's the most disrespectful part about this. The creator of Janiyah Monáe can't sing a single vocal, but she can write. So you created this character that looks better than you, more lean, more fit than you, and sounds better than you through a speaker because you can create it too. That is the disrespectful part of AI. And why I am standing with musicians alike and saying, no, this isn't the way. This is not the way. I hate how this is. I truly do. I truly do. All right. I was gonna get the Drake and Ben the Dawn and the new Kendrick record, but I'll spin the block again tomorrow because Christmas is coming up, and I was gonna do a Christmas episode. Yeah, would y'all like me to do a Christmas? I think we'll do that. I think I'll come back for Christmas. Or y'all want me to come back tomorrow? Either one. You know what? I'll come back Christmas Eve. How about that? I'll do it better. I hope y'all, some of y'all gonna be doing gift wrapping that night. I gotta go to work the next day. But so Christmas Eve, I'll be up doing the live. I'll help y'all wrap y'all gifts. How about that? So not tomorrow, y'all see me again Wednesday night. We'll do it like that. Cause it's 3:30 in the morning this way. I know it's 4:30 in the morning some of y'all way. Some of y'all 2:30 in the morning. Some of y'all 12 o'clock. But over this way it's 4 in the morning. So I shall see y'all in a couple of days. And you know what I always say? Fact is never fiction. Keep your third eye open and your motherfucking head on the swivel. Until next motherfucking time. Hope all y'all have a great night. Shout out to New Eyes. Now y'all was up in here tonight. I like this. I gotta do a late night chat. Everybody was up in here tonight. Shout out to New Eyes. Love One Becoming. My Star. Too Much Reality TV. Sunpine. Trying to read all the names that was up in here. Boom Bap Beats. Boom Bap Street, excuse me. Fantamos was in here. Okay, he said I was muted. He had said I was muted earlier. He was helping us out. He was helping us out when I was muted. I didn't even know my boy Fantamos was in here. My bad, man. God bless you, brother. Love you being up in here. Swayze World. Straight from DC. And Ivorani. I love all y'all. Peace, man. Couldn't do this without y'all. Oh, also, I don't like to say amounts or anything like that, but thank you, and I'll say initials too. Thank you to the initials MB and DH. I greatly appreciate y'all. God bless y'all. I thank y'all from the bottom of my heart for y'all donations. And I'm gonna get up on out of here. My voice is even getting hoarse. You could hear that shit. I shall holla at y'all. Until next time. It's your boy Murray. Peace. Oh. Sorry. I didn't want to go, but I got it. Peace.
She was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. I said, don't mind, but what do you mean? I am the one who would dance on the floor and around. She said, I am the one who would dance on the floor and around. She told me her name was Billie Jean, that she caused a scene. Then every head turned, I had dreamed of being the one who would dance on the floor and around. People always told me, they don't go around breaking young girls' hearts. Your mother always told me, be careful for you love, and be careful what you do, 'cause the lie becomes the truth. Hey, Billie Jean is not my lover. She's just a girl who claims that I am the one, but the kid is she says I am the one. What you talking about? What you doing? What you talking about? You raggedy bitch. Well, I was on her side, but who could stand when she's in demand? Her schemes and plans, 'cause we dance. What it is you really do.
A bullshit? A bullshit?